On a blind date, I encountered a green tea girl, and I directly gave her to my boss. At 30, Qin Han had achieved nothing. Forced into a blind date, he thought he had found a perfect match, but to his surprise, she was a green tea girl with 26 ex-boyfriends and had 3 abortions. Coincidentally, his boss was also on a blind date nearby and ended up taking an interest in his green tea girl. Chapter 1, My Mom Wants Me to Be a Backup Boyfriend. Son, this one is really good, you should definitely go meet her. Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a chill run down his spine and quickly put his phone aside. As expected, his mom had once again carefully picked out a girl for him on a dating app and wanted him to go meet her. This had been happening more and more ever since he hit 30 and entered his middle-aged uncle phase. The frequency was only increasing. Qin Han couldn't be bothered to listen to the same old speech anymore, and he could practically recite it by heart. You're not getting married? Who else going to take care of you when you're sick? Look around, look at the neighbors, look at the village who is still unmarried at 30. If everyone were like you and didn't get married, the world would have ended by now. It's irresponsible to society and a crime against the nation. 1, 2, 3, 9. Qin Han silently counted to 9 in his head and then picked up his phone. His mom, Sumai's strong voice came through the receiver. Son, are you listening? Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead. Well, I'm doing this for your own good. You know the saying, get married first, then build your career. You've got to start with marriage before you can think about career. Look at you, you've been out there for years. There are plenty of good women in the world, you just need to let go. There's no obstacle in life that can't be overcome. You've got to trust me on this girl is really good. Qin Han raised an eyebrow, too lazy to argue, and chuckled. Mom, you're only 50, you're still young. How about you go buy a couple bottles of Guarlingji for Dad tomorrow and work on a little side project with him? Why do you keep fighting with me every day? You little brat. Har 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 har. Hearing his mom's angry roar, Qin Han quickly apologized. All right, I'll go tomorrow. I'll cancel the WeChat message for you later. Don't go on it. I'll handle it myself. After hanging up, Qin Han lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling with a complicated mood. Was it painful? Yes, it was. What his mom said wasn't he wrong. Over the years, he had neither built a family nor a career. At 30, he was still stuck in the same spot, just like a donkey. Had he failed miserably? Yes, he had. For his sake, his mom had even signed him up for a dating app, pretending to be online for him, tirelessly working on it. But who wanted this? Social classes were already fixed. Unless you got lucky, you could forget about ever turning your life around. A donkey was the ultimate fate. At Hamachi Western Restaurant, Qin Han walked in and checked his phone. August 18, 2024, 10:20 a.m. He subconsciously glanced around the restaurant, bright windows, lush greenery, and a sophisticated decor. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Not far away in a booth, a black, chubby guy in a blue suit, with his hair perfectly combed and looking like a dog had licked it, was also looking at him. Qin Han gave him a quick glance and couldn't be bothered to engage, walking in the opposite direction. Hey, Qin Han. Not even going to say hello. I'm your boss. The chubby guy's voice was a bit loud, and his tone was mocking. Qin Han immediately felt a lot of eyes on him. This idiot. Qin Han stopped and walked over. You're here too. Liu Wenbo took a sip of his coffee and casually said to the woman across from him, one of my subordinates. Afterward, he looked at Qin Han. Just out for lunch with a friend. Qin Han, what are you doing here? The food here isn't cheap. The implication was clear, this place wasn't somewhere someone like Qin Han could afford. Qin Han shrugged, no need to worry about me. Enjoy your meal with the lovely lady. Watching his retreating figure, Liu Wenbo's face darkened. He also felt that this blind date wasn't quite right, just a fake. But since he was here, Qin Han picked a corner table to sit down. Just as he sat down, a soft voice came from beside him. Qin Han. A fragrant breeze hit him, and when he looked up, his eyes immediately brightened. A woman stood in front of him, with long hair, a white t-shirt, and a brown skirt. Her bare legs were pale and smooth, and she wore nude-colored high-heeled shoes that made her look graceful and elegant. Holy shit. Is this my lucky day? Millimeter, I'm Qin Han. You must be Sha Sha. Qin Han stood up with a smile. Please, have a seat. Liu Sha Sha smiled lightly, adjusting her skirt behind her and sitting down with her legs neatly together. She placed her small bag to one side, looking graceful and refined. Hello, I'm Liu Sha Sha. Liu Sha Sha smiled and said, sorry, did I make you wait long? No, I just got here. Qin Han's smile was as bright as ever. At the same time, he subtly sized her up. This girl really knows how to dress. Her features were pretty good, and in high heels, she was probably close to 170 centimeters. Her body was quite shapely, too. I'd say at least a B+ score, maybe even a C. Her white t-shirt, which was originally loose, somehow gave off the impression of a tight tank top. From Qin Han's meticulous standards, he'd give her a solid 80+. In his scoring system, anything above 60 was considered beautiful, but anything over 70 was good, and 80+ was excellent. At this level, she was already a goddess in most people's eyes. Why would such a beauty even need to go on blind dates? And now, I get to meet her? Today is my lucky day. After ordering, Liu Sha Sha took a few sips of her coffee and smiled. Qin Han, do you have any plans for the future? The future? Yeah, like after we're together, do you have any plans? Like where you want to buy a house, how big a house you want? Well, this. I was thinking, since your parents are in Jingcheng and you're their only child, why not move back there? We could buy a 3-bedroom apartment, or even a 2-bedroom would work. I checked online, and Jingcheng has been developing pretty well these years. What do you think? What do I think? I think you're incredibly considerate. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Qin Han glanced at the screen. How did Douyin have a new message? He usually only watched videos of pretty girls and didn't chat with anyone on there. Curious, Qin Han opened the notification. A stranger had sent a picture. The image was a screenshot from a comment by a user named Not Eating Cilantro on another video. The comment read: had 3 abortions, lived with 9 boyfriends, been with 26 guys, about to get engaged, and he knows nothing. Dowry, 290,000. WTF. Qin Han's blood boiled, cursing the vile person for being too shameless, wishing them a horrible fate. He felt sorry for that guy. What did he do in his past life to deserve this? Then, a thought struck him. Hey! Why did this unknown person send me this comment screenshot? Could it be? Chapter 2, A Good Man Starts with Time Management. Qin Han felt suspicious. He searched for Not Eating Cilantro and, after finding the account, clicked on it. The moment he looked at the page, he was stunned. Isn't he this Liu Sha Sha? The person in the profile background looked exactly like her. Qin Han immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Damn. He had almost been set up as a rebound guy. Not bothering to think about it further, Qin Han looked up at the smiling Liu Sha Sha and casually asked, have we discussed the dowry before? Yeah, 290,000. 20,000 for my childhood. 30,000 for my youth. 40,000 for me. 50,000 for my freedom. 60,000 for my family. 70,000 for giving you kids. And the 3 gold pieces only cost 20,000. Liu Sha Sha seemed puzzled, asking, didn't you say the dowry was very reasonable? His mother had really lost it this time. Qin Han felt speechless. Looking at Liu Sha Sha now, he suddenly found her completely unappealing gold on the outside, rotten on the inside. His gaze dropped, and he noticed a small purple butterfly tattoo on her right ankle. The scent of promiscuity hit him hard. Damn, how did I miss this obvious clue earlier? What decent girl gets a tattoo? What if there are other names hidden elsewhere? That would explode everything. Qin Han couldn't bring himself to think any further. He was worried that he might lose control and throw his drink at Liu Sha Sha's head in frustration. Qin Han, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, just some shit. You. Liu Sha Sha's face immediately changed, furrowing her brows and glaring at him. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you trying to make me your rebound guy? Damn you, you worthless piece of shit. Qin Han snapped, getting angrier by the second. Who are you calling a piece of shit? I warn you, don't spit nonsense. You're the piece of shit, your whole family is. Are you insane? Heh. Qin Han sneered. 3 abortions, 9 cohabitations, 26 boyfriends. Liu Shasha was shocked, blurted out, how do you know? Guess. People do things, and heaven sees them. Don't you fear retribution for doing these kinds of dirty deeds? Qin Han sneered. Scumbag. Psychopath. Liu Shasha grabbed her purse, stood up, and left. Before walking away, she threw out one last line, you should be grateful I even considered you as a rebound. Don't waste my time. Qin Han was fuming. He was about to stop her and argue more, but just then, the waiter brought over the food. Instinctively, he stepped aside, then suddenly realized what had happened. Can I return this food? Sorry, sir, all the dishes you've ordered are already being prepared, some of them are even done. It has nothing to do with me. I only ordered a cup of honey grapefruit tea. I'll pay for the drink, here's the payment code. Sir, we'll have to call the police. The commotion drew the attention of many nearby people, who began gossiping and pointing. Hey Qin Han, how can you steal a meal? Liu Wenbo walked over cheerfully, pointing at Qin Han and chastising, how shameful. Pay for your meal. If you can't afford it, don't eat here. As he spoke, he even took out his phone and aimed it at Qin Han, saying, everyone look, Qin Han is stealing from the restaurant. How cool, right? It seemed like he was planning to post it on his social media or the company group. 3 more waiters arrived, blocking the aisles. Sir, a total of 6 dishes and 2 drinks, that LLB 3,100 yuan. Please pay. Qin Han cursed himself inwardly. In the end, he had still been tricked. If he could do it over again, he swore he would pay more attention. Liu Shasha, you bitch. If I ever see you again, I swear I'll tear you apart. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Qin Han sighed. Serve the food. I'll pay after I finish eating. Before he could finish, his body suddenly swayed, and everything around him spun. Huh? Qin Han shook his head. The sudden dizziness faded away. He looked around, slightly confused. Was something wrong with his body? Why did he feel dizzy all of a sudden? His vision gradually focused. The windows were bright, the greenery lush, and the restaurant was well decorated. Was Ti just about to eat? Then his brow furrowed. Not far away, in a booth, a chubby man in a blue suit, his hair neatly combed like a dog had licked it, was looking at him. Liu Wenbo. Hey Qin Han, you can't even say hi when we meet? I'm your boss, at least. The words were the same as before, even the tone hadn't changed. Oh. Qin Han's brow twitched, his body shivering. Was time rewinding? After a 2-second silence, Qin Han seemed to remember something. He quickly took out his phone and looked at it. 10:20 a.m. Whoa. Whoa. His suspicions were confirmed. Qin Han clenched his fists tightly, his breathing becoming a bit rapid as he couldn't control his excitement. Time has rewound. What the hell is going on? Why did time rewind? And why did it happen to me? Ding! System detected that the host was insulted as a rebound guy. Good man system activated. A good man starts by mastering time management. Alright. Qin Han instantly understood. He never expected the novel to come to life. Now he had a chance to turn things around. Har 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 har. Har 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 har. Over there, Liu Wenbo saw Qin Han staying silent and teased again. What's up, Qin Han? You really pretending not to know me? Qin Han looked at him with a blank expression for a full 2 seconds before suddenly laughing. Har har har, didn't he expect you to show up everywhere? He strode over and sat down next to Liu Wenbo in the booth. Old Liu, how many times has it been now? I swear your taste keeps getting worse. What do you mean? The woman sitting opposite Liu Wenbo immediately changed her expression. What's wrong with you? Do I know you? Your mouth's full of crap. Xiaoting, calm down, this is a colleague from my company. He recently lost in the job competition and is now my subordinate. He's just upset, don't mind him, Liu Wenbo quickly reassured her. Then he turned to glare at Qin Han. Qin Han, a man should know how to take a loss. Besides, the reason you lost in the competition is that your skills weren't up to par. What does that have to do with me? Cut the crap, stop acting so righteous. We both know what really happened. Qin Han scoffed, looking utterly disdainful. Liu Wenbo, this little shit, was on the same project team as him, both of them programmers. Not long ago, the project team's original technical director had jumped ship, and the company decided to promote someone from the team directly, encouraging everyone to apply. Qin Han had outstanding technical skills, a wealth of project experience, and good relationships with the team. What's more, he had been the assistant to the previous technical director, making him the natural choice to take over the position. But in the end, Liu Wenbo was promoted to the new technical director, shocking the whole project team. Anyone else could become the new technical director, but Liu Wenbo had zero chance. His technical skills were well known to be subpar, and the only reason he was still in the team was because he had joined the company a few years earlier. He constantly acted like an old-timer in the company, delegating all the dirty, tough, and difficult tasks to others while taking on the easy work. He was skilled at brown-nosing, slacking off, and shifting blame. Losing to someone like that was unacceptable to Qin Han. Even if you thought about it with your toes, it was clear that Liu Wenbo must have pulled some dirty tricks behind the scenes. Seeing his polished appearance today, Qin Han could tell he was out on another blind date. Unlike Qin Han, Liu Wenbo was passionate about blind dates, dreaming of finding a beautiful, talented wife to improve his own terrible genes and create a better future generation. It was fate that they met today. And Qin Han decided to help him fulfill his dream tilde. Not to mention, ever since Liu Wenbo became the technical director, he had been taking care of himself, so it was about time for Qin Han to repay him. Chapter 3, The superior will die, the inferior will be thrown away. Old Liu, do you know why I'm here today? I don't care what you do. But I want you to apologize to Xiaoting. Liu Wenbo's tone was harsh. Qin Han wasn't bothered at all and smiled. Old Liu, I'm here for a blind date too. Later, I'll let you see the quality of my girlfriend. Different people, different fates. You don't need to envy me too much, old Liu. Xiaoting, right? Yeah, she's actually quite nice looking. Old Liu, why not settle for someone like this? You can't aim too high, right? Honestly, Xiaoting suits you perfectly. Upon hearing this, the woman named Xiaoting softened her gaze toward Qin Han. However, Liu Wenbo's face turned red with embarrassment and shame. He hated it the most when people commented on his looks. Standing at 167 centimeters, and with height-enhancing shoes, he barely reached 170 centimeters. He weighed a hefty 200 pounds. If it were just his short stature and fat body, it wouldn't be so bad, but the worst part was that he was also dark-skinned. His wide nose, large mouth, and underwhelming features made him feel miserable about his appearance. His looks and body were a constant pain in his heart. That's why, after becoming the technical director, he had always taken care of Qin Han. Because this guy had great skills and was good-looking? Why the hell didn't he have the height of 1.8 meters, or the chiseled features, or the perfect figure? Liu Wenbo was grinding his teeth in anger. And said in a low voice, "You're full of it. Are you not afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? I want to see just how high quality your girlfriend really is. Could it be that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Just like looking at a turtle and thinking it's a green bean." Qin Han smirked, then asked, "So, if my girlfriend is really high quality, not only beautiful but also has a great body, what would you say?" Heh. Liu Wenbo sneered, "If you manage to find such a gem, I'll call you dad." He paused for a moment before adding, "It must be someone I also think is good-looking." "Alright, you said it." Qin Han smiled and raised his chin. "Look, here she comes." Tap tap tap. The rhythmic sound of footsteps approached, and Liu Wenbo followed Qin Han's gesture to look. A woman with long hair, wearing a white t-shirt and a brown skirt, was walking towards them. Her legs were bare and pale, and she wore a pair of nude-colored strappy high heels that accentuated her graceful figure and charm. Liu Wenbo was instantly stunned. "Qin Han. It's me, Sha, right? Please, sit down." "Hello, I'm Liu Sha, sorry to keep you waiting. I just arrived." Looking at Liu Sha's delicate and stunning appearance, Liu Wenbo felt his breath stop. Then seeing her sweet smile directed at Qin Han, he felt as though invisible hands were crushing his heart. It hurt so much. It was like bleeding. Why? Why? Why the hell does Qin Han, this loser, have such a gentle and beautiful girlfriend? I'm 100 times better than him, so why don't I have someone like that? It's unfair. I can't take it. Liu Wenbo silently screamed in his heart, feeling utterly defeated, his right fist clenched so tightly that his fingertips turned white. He almost ground his back teeth to dust. Then he looked across at Xiaoting. Liu Wenbo furrowed his brow, utterly disappointed. He felt like she was unbearably ugly and couldn't even compare to one of Liu Shasha's toenails. People are made to die, goods are made to be thrown away. Let us call it a day. We're not a match. Liu Wenbo said softly. Xiaoting, who had already been uncomfortable seeing Liu Wenbo staring at another woman, immediately exploded when she heard this. She cursed loudly, I spit. Liu Wenbo, what do you mean? You think you're too good for me? Well, I think you're not worth my time, looking like a wild boar. After cursing, she stood up and left. Hey, old Liu, why did your girlfriend leave? What girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense, Xiao Qin. She's just a real estate agent, we were meeting to discuss business. Liu Wenbo quickly denied it, then put on a smile that he thought was suave and nodded at Liu Shasha. Hello, beautiful. I'm Xiao Qin's boss, Liu Wenbo. As he said this, he stood up and extended his left hand. A silver watch gleamed from his wrist, with a prominent golden crown on the dark green dial. It was a Rolex, Oyster Perpetual Series. Liu Shasha immediately recognized it and thought to herself that the watch probably cost around 50,000 yuan. Hello, I'm Liu Shasha. Liu Shasha also extended her hand. They shook hands. The word boss made Liu Wenbo's body feel tingly, and when he held her smooth, soft hand, his heart was racing. He almost couldn't stop himself from bursting out with excitement. Har har, we're from the same family. Miss Liu, please, sit down. Liu Wenbo quickly let go, sitting back down to hide his awkwardness, his heart burning with excitement. Old Liu, isn't Shasha beautiful? She's beautiful. Really good looking. Good looking. Liu Wenbo instinctively nodded. He had been on more than 100 blind dates but had never met someone as exceptional as her. Qin Han smiled, well then, hurry up, I'm waiting. What? What did you say? Call me dad. Qin Han's expression darkened, and he gave Liu Wenbo a side eye. What? Speaking like you're farting, trying to back out. Liu Shasha curiously asked, what are you guys talking about? Nothing, we were just joking. Liu Wenbo quickly explained, Xiao Qin, how about this? I'll treat you today. Earlier, I was narrow-minded. I don't need you to treat me. What? You think I can't afford my own meal? You Qin Han, aren't you childish? I'm treating today, isn't he that good enough? I don't want it, call me dad. If you want tea, then leave, and don't stand in front of me. Hey! Liu Wenbo leaned back, crossing his legs. I'm not leaving. This restaurant isn't yours, who do you think you are? Idiot. Qin Han cursed, then turned to Liu Shasha. Don't mind him, he's just a sore loser. At that moment, the waiter came over with the menu. Hello, would you like to order? Order. Qin Han nonchalantly grabbed the menu, flipping through it, from front to back, then back to front. He took his sweet time, and after a while, finally finished ordering. Let us start with 2 dishes, if it's not enough, we can order more. Pfft. Liu Wenbo burst out laughing, har ha har ha, Xiao Qin, aren't you embarrassed? You're something else. It's your first time on a blind date, and you only order 2 dishes. And with such a beautiful lady. Oh my god. I'm seeing something new today. Your level of stinginess there's a saying in my hometown that fits you perfectly. Picking at your butt and sucking your fingers. Har 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 har. At this, the waiter couldn't help but laugh. Qin Han was furious, suck your mom, get out. Wasting food is shameful, we need to save. Har ha har ha, saving food. You should just buy 2 steamed buns to eat. You're so stingy and still trying to argue. Forget it, I'll treat today. Liu Wenbo stood up, walked around, and sat next to Qin Han. Chapter 4. You are awesome, you offer this gift. Huh? Qin Han saw Liu Wenbo sitting next to him and was immediately furious. What the hell do you mean? Didn't you see I was on a blind date? Why did you come over here? Are you really trying to ruin my chance? I warn you, don't do anything stupid. Liu Wenbo smiled and said, Qin Han, I find that you are not only stingy, but also narrow-minded. I have met Shasha today, haven't I? We are from the same family, so what's wrong with me treating her to a meal? Is there a problem with that? Go on your blind date, I won't bother you, don't worry, look at your petty look. He said, shaking his head. Liu Wenbo pulled down his sleeves again, revealing the Rolex inside. Waiter, bring another menu. He took a new menu from the waiter and started ticking. Today is the first time I meet Shasha, so I have to be more solemn. 10 dishes, perfect. Har 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 tilde. Shasha, shall we have another bottle of red wine? Liu Shasha glanced at Qin Han and smiled softly, I'm fine with anything. Okay, then bring a bottle. Liu Wenbo handed the menu to the waiter, hurry up and serve the dishes. Hey, okay sir. The waiter took the menu and left happily. As he said. He looked at Liu Shasha again and said with a smile, Shasha, is this the first time you and Qin Han meet today? Yes, tilde, Liu Shasha nodded. Oh, okay, har har har. Hearing Liu Shasha's confirmation, Liu Wenbo smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Then you should go on a blind date, I won't disturb you. He was ecstatic in his heart. First time meeting. Then they must not be familiar with each other, let alone have any feelings. Then, it's not that I don't have a chance, but a great chance. Thinking of this, Liu Wenbo was very excited, so excited that he couldn't move. In his opinion, he and Qin Han were actually on the same starting line. As long as their hoe is used well, there is no fear of not being able to dig the corner. Besides, Qin Han is still a fool. Can he be so stingy on a blind date? Especially when the other party is a beautiful woman. How can you win the favor of a girl if you are so stingy? What a fool! No wonder you can't become a technical director after so many years in the company, with good skills and a lot of work. Good. Looking at it this way, my chances of winning have increased by 2 more. Thinking of the scene where he got the beauty and Qin Han fainted in the toilet, Liu Wenbo felt so happy that it was hard to describe in words. Hearing what Liu Wenbo said, Liu Shasha blinked and smiled softly, thank you, leader. You're welcome. How much does a meal cost? Liu Wenbo waved his hand and said proudly, Shasha, you can just call me by my name. Calling me leader is too distant. Leader is a position in the company. Xiao Qin can call me that, but you are not from my company. From my company? Hearing these words, Liu Shasha's eyes flashed, pretending to be curious and asked, Brother Liu runs a company. Liu Wenbo was about to answer. Qin Han curled his lips, a little disdainful, you think too highly of him. Anyone can run a company. He is just the technical director of our company. What's wrong with a technical director? This is also considered a mid-level leader of the company. Liu Wenbo touched the Rolex on his hand, a little proud, besides, my company is a star enterprise in the industry, and its scale is not small. Although I am a mid-level, I earn as much as those small bosses. What a boast! Qin Han mocked, you are so capable, but you are still a bachelor. You have met hundreds of blind dates, is there anyone prettier than Shasha? Single. You have met hundreds of blind dates. Liu Shasha's eyes flashed, is she in a hurry to get married? Liu Wenbo was not angry after Qin Han exposed his secrets. He laughed and said, what's the big deal? I'm glad that I'm still single. When he said this, he looked straight at Liu Shasha. Liu Shasha smiled and turned her face away. This somewhat shy look made Liu Wenbo's blood boil, his bones softened, and his soul almost died. The restaurant served the dishes very quickly, and the dishes were served while they were talking. 10 dishes, a full table, quite rich, including 3 ways of eating Australian lobster, steamed grouper, fragrant baked crab meat, oriental pearl tower, tomahawk steak, etc. Qin Han's heart was blooming. Old Liu, this idiot, really spent a lot of money. It seems that he really cares about Liu Shasha. Shasha, eat. If someone likes to treat us so much, then let's not be polite, let's eat. Qin Han picked up the chopsticks and started eating without any hesitation. Liu Wenbo saw it and was happy in his heart. He was greedy for small gains, which was another big demerit. Qin Han, you are really hopelessly stupid. You still want to find a wife with this EQ? Maybe in the next life. Liu Wenbo smiled and raised the red wine glass. Sha, let's have a drink. I'm glad to meet you today. Okay. Liu Sha raised her glass and clinked it with Liu Wenbo. To be honest, until now, she has not really taken Liu Wenbo seriously, mainly because he is too ugly. Not only ugly, but also very short and very dark. Compared with Qin Han. One is Ju Heier and the other is White Swan. The reason why she could chat with Qin Han on the internet for so long was because she saw from the photos that he was a handsome guy. In addition, the other party also agreed to her marriage conditions. Liu Sha then decided to meet the man offline. As long as the man looked similar to the photo and agreed to the marriage conditions, she would marry him. So, putting down the wine glass and eating a few bites of food, Liu Sha looked at Qin Han. Qin Han, tell me about your future plans, tilde. Plans? Qin Han, who had just finished half of the Australian lobster, looked up and said blankly, I don't have any plans. Ahem. Liu Wenbo grabbed his thigh with his left hand under the table, trying not to laugh. What a fool. Liu Sha stroked the broken hair by her ears. Then if we get married, we have to buy a house, right? Where do you plan to buy it? Here's what I think. Your parents are in Jingcheng, and you are the only child in the family. Why don't we go back to Jingcheng and buy a 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartment in Jingcheng? I checked online, and Jingcheng has developed quite well in recent years. What do you think? Liu Wenbo also put his right hand under the table, pinching his thigh hard, and his heart began to bleed again. How could such a virtuous, sensible, and good woman be met by Qin Han? Liu Sha is such a good woman, I must get her, I will do everything to get her. Just when Liu Wenbo was secretly swearing, Qin Han smiled and shook his head. I don't think it's that good. Why should I buy a house? Isn't it good to rent a house? I don't plan to buy a house. House prices are all bubbles, I don't want to be a big victim. Then rent a house for the rest of my life. Liu Sha's face suddenly became very ugly. Qin Han nodded. Liu Sha frowned, her face as black as the bottom of a pot. Oh, by the way, the betrothal gift is too high. Bride price. Didn't you agree to it before? I thought about it again, and I feel that I can't accept it at all. 290,000, do you have diamonds? When saying this, Qin Han finished half of the grouper again, and he didn't delay eating while talking. Liu Wenbo was ecstatic beside him, and he became more and more excited as he listened. At this moment, he couldn't help it anymore. Par. He slapped the table. Xiao Qin, you are too much. Is a mere 290,000 yuan dowry too much? She is such a good girl, beautiful, with a good figure, and most importantly, she is so virtuous. Is it too much to ask for a dowry of 290,000 yuan? Not much at all, it is reasonable. Besides, she doesn't even have a house when she marries you, and has to rent a house. Can you bear it? Don't you feel guilty? Puff. Qin Han spit out the Australian dragon shell in his mouth and looked at him coldly. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? You are so awesome that you can pay this dowry. Buy a house. Chapter 5. If this woman becomes my wife, even Wolfberry can't cure her. Okay. I will pay if I pay, and I will buy if I buy. Liu Wenbo blushed, stiffened his neck, and said it decisively with heroic spirit. Then he turned to look at Liu Sha, his voice softened. Sha, the first time I saw you today. At that moment, I seemed to see eternity. Your appearance is like a warm sunshine, illuminating my originally dull life. Your smile is like a starry night sky, which I can't forget. This must be the arrangement of fate. This is the love I have been looking for. As he spoke, Liu Wenbo's eyes were red, with a face full of affection. Sha, I am willing to pay you 290,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. I am willing to buy a house for you. Will you be my girlfriend? Par. Qin Han threw the chopsticks on the table fiercely, pointing at Liu Wenbo. He cursed, You bastard, do you want to die? You are trying to steal my girl right in front of me. Xiao Qin, what you said is wrong. Liu Wenbo said confidently, This is the first time that Sasha has met you. You are not even boyfriend and girlfriend. How can this be considered stealing your girl? Besides, you are unwilling to pay the bride price and buy a house for others, but you don't allow others to be willing? You are not so overbearing. A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. I just like Sasha. Can't I pursue her? First, you are not married, and second, you are not boyfriend and girlfriend. I have the right to do so. Even if you call the police today, I am not afraid. Qin Han was furious, and his eyes were red. He took a deep breath and sneered, har har. Who can't talk big? Buying a house. Can you afford this house in Shanghai? Liu Wenbo, if you really have this ability, you would have found a wife long ago. Sha, you have to keep your eyes open and don't be fooled by people with ulterior motives. I think he just wants to have sex with you. Liu Sha looked at Liu Wenbo with a flickering look in her eyes and said nothing. Liu Wenbo was anxious and gritted his teeth. Sha, every sentence and every word I said is from my heart, there is no deception. If you don't believe me, I will take you to buy 3 golds now. I also have a gift, I will let you see my bank account to see if there is 290,000. Don't worry about the house, I have 2 houses in my hometown. As long as you are willing to be with me, I will ask my parents to sell all the houses at home. In addition, I have some savings. Let's buy a small apartment in the new district. Sha tilde. This affectionate call made Liu Shasha's eyes blink. Are you telling the truth? Look, this is my bank account. Liu Wenbo directly opened his mobile phone to log into his investment app and showed his account balance. 403,800 yuan. Liu Sha pursed her lips and her mind became active. If Liu Wenbo can really do what he just said, it seems that it is not unacceptable. He is still the leader of a large company. Even if we don't live well after marriage, we can just get divorced. At that time, we can at least get half of the house, and the betrothal gifts and the 3 golds together will be more than 300,000. In short, it's not a loss. No, buy hardware. He is so ugly, and I am marrying down with him. I have to let him buy more for me. Thinking of this, Liu Sha showed a trace of hesitation on her face, looked at Liu Wenbo, and then looked at Qin Han. Qin Han, then the 3 golds you promised me before are not counted. Liu Wenbo's hair stood on end, and he shouted anxiously, Sha, I will buy you hardware. It's popular to buy hardware now, who still buys 3 golds, let's go buy it now. Are you really going to buy it for me? Really? Let's go after dinner. Sha, how could I lie to you? Liu Wenbo patted his chest loudly, as if he was possessed by a gorilla. Okay. Liu Sha glanced at Qin Han coldly and said angrily, then I agree. Ha 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 ha. Ar ha 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 ha. Liu Wenbo couldn't help laughing any longer and stood up to dance. He really couldn't help it. He really couldn't help it. Oh my god tilde. Today is really a lucky day, a great fortune, and a great character explosion. I never dared to dream that I could have such a super girlfriend. God is so good to me. Qin Han, you are really great, I love you so much. I will make you work overtime later. Liu Sha, don't regret it. Xiao Qin, Sha will regret it if she follows you. I will make her happy for the rest of her life. Okay, let's wait and see. Hey. Why are you leaving? I'll buy hardware for Sha later. Xiao Qin, can you help her with some advice? Xiao Qin. Cuckoo. As soon as Qin Han got in the car, he lay on the seat and began to twitch, making strange noises from his mouth. This scared the driver. Brother, are you okay? Do you want me to call 120? Cuckoo. Brother, bear with it, I'll be quick. No, I'm fine. I just did a great thing and I'm so happy. Let's go. The driver who was dialing 120 stopped. After confirming again and again, he started the car half-believingly, and kept meowing at the rearview mirror while driving, worried that Qin Han would have another attack. As for the driver's actions, Qin Han was too lazy to explain, and he couldn't explain. He couldn't say that he had just facilitated a perfect match made in heaven, right? For a slut like Liu Sha, he must not let her go. Similarly, for a villain like Liu Wenbo, he must not let her go easily. Honest people are not so easy to bully, and subordinates are not so easy to manipulate. Want to cheat me? And snatch my blind date in front of me? Har, I'll give you a big gift later. Qin Han walked happily. Walked to the door of the rental house, unlocked the door and entered the house. His eyes suddenly froze and his breathing stagnated. The woman in a light blue cheongsam was facing him with her back to the wall with one hand and changing her shoes with her bag in the other hand. She bent down gently. The lines of her back were smooth, her hips were slightly raised, forming a sharp contrast with the curve of her waist. It sketched out a breathtaking picture, every part was so smooth and full of tension. She lifted her right foot lightly, and the pink slippers slipped off. She revealed a white, delicate, exquisite and small jade foot, and through the thin flesh-colored stockings, 5 points of blue danku could be vaguely seen. It seemed that you could feel the silky touch with a light grip. The long hair slid down her shoulders the moment she bent down, adding a bit of mystery and temptation between the half-covered and half-hidden. It should be quite smooth to touch, right? Qin Han couldn't help but think of this idea. You're back, Tilda. Li Jishan changed her shoes, turned around and said hello to Qin Han. Her face was also revealed. Oval face, jade-like skin, tender lips. The most eye-catching thing was her eyes, which were not only large but also narrow and long, with slightly upturned corners. Standard fox eyes, often with a half-smile, revealing a charming and enchanting look. A pair of blue high heels made her already tall figure directly exceed 1.7 meters. Slender and graceful, extremely graceful. Go to that station, and the waves will shake Yang City. Qin Han smiled and nodded. Well, are you going out? Well, Tilda. Li Jishan responded, and walked out with her high heels. Bang. The door closed. Qin Han took a deep breath, and the fragrance was wafting. Charming but not coquettish, charming but not vulgar. This is his roommate Li Jishan. Age unknown, occupation unknown, marriage unknown, reason estimated to be C, score 90. In the Qin and Han scoring system, 70 points are good, 80 points are excellent, and 90 points are top-notch. Li Jishan is one of the top beauties in his mind. If this woman is his wife, even Wolfberry can't cure it. Chapter 6. This system is really useful. The Magic City is big and it is not easy to live there. Even if it is far away from the city center, the monthly rent for a one-bedroom apartment is more than 3,000 yuan. But it is too far away and inconvenient for work. I am a grown man and I don't care about so much. I just need a bed and a quiet sleeping environment. Qin Han chose to share a house near the company. The house has 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. He rented one of the second bedrooms for 1,500 yuan a month. Li Jishan rented the master bedroom with a large balcony for 2,200 yuan a month. This is their housing price in the center of the Magic City. Even their community is an old community with average decoration. If it is a slightly better community, the second bedroom will cost at least 2,000 yuan a month. The relationship with Li Jishan is just that of an ordinary roommate. They are just nodding acquaintances and say hello when they meet. That's all. There is no WeChat account. Although the relationship is not very close, the roommate next door is a superb beauty, and they can see each other from time to time. Qin Han feels that it is not bad, at least it can be a feast for the eyes, right? It is a very loser's idea. But there is no way, who makes me like that? Qin Han thinks there is a saying that is very accurate, the goddess of losers, the golden basin of rich people. This is the bloody reality. But the reality is like this, what can losers do? But now, Qin Han feels that he can turn over, he has the qualifications to become a rich man, and he can also become the best in this group. System. After entering the room, he sat down on the bed and immediately called out in his heart. With his call, the light and shadow flashed, and indeed a light blue light screen appeared in front of him. Qin Han's heart was suddenly surging, and he finally had time to study the system. He was very uncomfortable in the restaurant before. There is a line of words in the middle of the light blue screen. Good man system. Below is a large round dial with several numbers on it. Midnight. On the left and right sides of the large round dial, there are many blue particle lines extending into the distance. At this time, above the particle line on the left, there is a small square box with a bright light, like a button. The small square box says, after. There are 2 lines of small words in the lower right corner of the screen. Good man, 1. Happiness value, 0-10. There is nothing else. Qin Han looked at it carefully for a long time, and suddenly he found that the entire blue screen in front of him was actually a watch. It's just in the unfolded state. After thinking for a while, Qin Han roughly understood something. Good man system is the name of this system. Thereafter, on the left should mean time going backwards, that is, time reversing. Now the cursor is lit, indicating that this is the activated state and this function can be used. The two lines of words in the lower right corner are easier to understand. This, good man, should be the system level, which is now level 1. This, happiness value, should be the experience value required to upgrade the system level. Now it shows 0-10, indicating that it still needs 10 points to upgrade. As for the midnight, in the middle of the dial, Qin Han thinks this should be the duration for time to flow backwards. It currently shows 0, and it seems that time can no longer flow backwards. Time goes back, he said silently in his heart. Ding! The system is currently in the CD period, and this function cannot be used. Sure enough. Qin Han said again, how long is the CD period? Every day at 2400 hours, the system CD automatically refreshes, and 1 hour of control duration can be obtained. System, then I just went back in time, did I go back 1 hour? Yes. Can I only go back 1 hour at a time? Or can I arrange the time I want to go back? You can arrange it yourself. Is it okay to go back 1 second at a time? Yes. Is there a limit on the number of times I can go back on the same day? No. That means I have 1 hour to go back, and as long as I want, I can go back 1 second each time, 3,600 times. Yes. Nice. Qin Han was delighted. In this way, it would be more humane and more operable, and suitable for various complex situations. This system can handle tilde. Okay, the last question. System, what is happiness value and how to get it? A good man should be happy. Feeling happy can increase one happiness value. It's the same as saying nothing. Qin Han raised his eyebrows slightly, please tell me more details. Host, please explore on your own. Qin Han was speechless for a moment, lying on the bed and pondering for a long time. He couldn't help but think of the content that the system had prompted when it first appeared. A good man starts with being a master of time management. A good man has ambitions in all directions. When he tears up Balenciaga with his hands, carries Valentino on his shoulders, drives a car with twin ponytails, drives through the Norwegian forest, and explores Victoria's Secret. Qin Han muttered silently in his heart, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh tilde. So that's it. So that's it. Wonderful, wonderful. He couldn't help but nod repeatedly, secretly saying, the system is right. A good man really has to be happy. Just as Qin Han was lying on the bed imagining his happy life in the future, the phone suddenly vibrated with a buzz, and he picked it up and saw that someone in the Ding Talk group had ed him. Wang Hui at Qin Han, old Qin, have you fainted in the toilet from crying? Qin Han was stunned, and looked at the group name, Happy Tea Room. This is the chat group of the company's project team, where everyone usually chats and complains. Wang Hui is also a colleague from the technical department. What does this guy mean by saying this? Qin Han started to climb the stairs. It didn't matter when he saw it. It turned out that the group had been in a frenzy for a long time, very lively, with hundreds of unread messages. Flipping to the front, Qin Han finally understood what was going on. 3 p.m. Wang Hui at Liu Wenbo, Brother Bo, congratulations. You found such a beautiful girlfriend quietly, 666 tilde. Wang Hui, Brother Bo, share how you found it. Take care of your brother. In the silent group, someone soon popped up. Cheng Jibin, what's going on? Wang Hui, look at Brother Bo's circle of friends. Cheng Jibin, WTF. Brother Bo is awesome. Brother Bo is awesome. My sister-in-law is really awesome, I really envy her. After the two of them said this in the group, some people who were peeping at the screen immediately went to check Liu Wenbo's circle of friends, and soon someone threw a picture into the group. In the picture, Liu Wenbo and Liu Shaosha, the two of them cooperated with each other to make a heart shape. Liu Wenbo bared his teeth, and Liu Shaosha smiled. Soon someone threw another picture, 1 picture, 2 pictures, 3 pictures. A total of 9 pictures. Some of them were holding hands, some were hugging each other, and there were also gold rings, gold bracelets, gold necklaces, gold pendants, and gold earrings. Liu Shaosha, who scored 83 points, is indeed very good looking. What's more, one of the pictures is a half-length photo, which is very convincing. The group instantly exploded, and a group of otakus were excited. At this time, Liu Wenbo popped up. Liu Wenbo, I have to thank Qin Han for this. If he hadn't gone on a blind date with Sasha today, I wouldn't have met Sasha. Liu Wenbo, don't worry, Xiao Qin, I will love Sasha well. I'll invite you to our wedding in advance. When the time comes, Sasha and I will toast you separately. The group exploded. Chapter 7, You, my Minotaur brother, I've decided. Snatching someone's blind date. The group was boiling instantly. Some people were envious and said that if they met such a beautiful girl, they would also make a move. No matter how big the world is, it's not as big as a beautiful wife. Some people were eating melons and shouted 666 in the group. This operation is really cool. I've never seen it before. I learned it. Some people were ashamed. Zhang Pengju, he is so confident in poaching people's girls, and he is not ashamed. Yu Yang, people who are shameless are invincible in the world. Haven't you heard of this? Qin Han, who was browsing the group messages, smiled immediately. It was worth it that I usually took you to eat chicken. This chicken is a real chicken, the kind that can be eaten. Stir-fried small yellow chicken. However, the remarks of these two people were drowned in more gossips. Buzz Tilder. Zhang Pengju sent a message on WeChat. Boss, what are you doing? Check the Ding Ding group, it's urgent. Boss, are you okay? You have to calm down. Calm down. After Zhang Pengju's WeChat message came, Yu Yang's message also came. Man, Liu Wenbo said in the Ding Ding group that he robbed your wife. Is it true? Reply quickly when you see it. Qin Han replied, pay attention to the wording, it's just a blind date. My wife is a bitch. Someone like Liu Shasha is not qualified to be my wife. Yu Yang, so it's true. Fuck. Is this bastard going to die? Yu Yang, tell me, how are you going to deal with him? Yu Yang, how about finding someone to Photoshop some of that bastard's pornographic photos, and then synthesize some of his videos, and then send them to that Liu Shasha, to make them yellow? Oh my god. Qin Han almost swore. It was so hard to bring the two of them together, and you still want to break them up. Are you sent by the other side? Yu Yang? No, don't worry about it. Just watch the fun. I have my own considerations. Yu Yang. At this point, Qin Han went to reply to Zhang Pengju's message. It was similar to what he said to Yu Yang, and it was temporarily appeased. After appeasing him, he was about to check the Ding Ding group again, and Yu Yang sent another message. Yu Yang, man, you are not a Minotaur? I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. I've decided on you as my brother. Qin Han's face was immediately filled with black lines. Get lost. He opened the Ding Talk group again. Liu Wenbo, Wang Hui, Cheng Jibin and others were still chatting in the group, and these two even recommended themselves to be best men for Liu Wenbo. While recommending themselves, he did not forget to make fun of Qin Han again. Wang Hui, I don't know if Qin Han will go at that time. Cheng Jibin, if it were me, I would definitely not go. Such a beautiful girl becomes someone else's wife, who can bear this? Wang Hui, that's right, maybe she is crying in bed right now. Qin Han curled his lips and tapped the screen with his fingers. Congratulations tilder, I just love to drink at weddings. I'm not that stingy. She's just a woman. What's there to be nostalgic about? The prettier she is, the more poisonous she is. I advise some people not to be too proud too early. It's still uncertain who will have the last laugh. He sent 3 messages in one breath. The group became more lively when he appeared. Wang Hui, oh. Is Qin Han done crying? Har, can I understand that you are forcibly trying to save face? Feng Dao, 666. Brother Qin is generous, this is a big picture. Shinshuda, good job, Brother Qin, there are many beautiful girls, the next one is better, you know. Ju Wenwen, Brother Qin, don't be sad, I will introduce you to my bestie later. In less than a minute, dozens of messages were displayed on the screen, 2/3 of which were encouragement and consolation for himself, and some invited him to dinner. Qin Han felt very comfortable, which showed that his popularity was not bad, not too bad. Here. Liu Wenbo was drinking milk tea with Liu Shasha. When he saw Qin Han's message in the group, he smiled and showed it to Liu Shasha. Shasha, look, Qin Han is cursing in the company group. This kind of person has a bad heart and can't stand others being good. Think about it, if you follow this kind of person, will your life be happy in the future? This kind of person has mental illness and is easy to go to extremes. Many domestic violence men are like this. Fortunately, you made the right choice, otherwise you will regret it in the future. Liu Shasha leaned over to take a look, blinked her beautiful eyes, then smiled gently, raised her hand and gently hit Liu Wenbo on the arm. Oh Tilder, what are you talking about, Tilder? I'm your girlfriend now. I know you're the best, Tilder. The green tea who has played with 26 boyfriends, this skill is really not covered. With just a few words, a move, and a look, Liu Wenbo was teased. Bewildered and proud. Liu Wenbo held Liu Shasha's hand, looking at the white, tender, delicate and slender hand. He was so happy that he couldn't help but caressing it. Isn't Qin Han jealous of us? Then I just don't want him to. Shasha, tomorrow is Sunday, why don't I take you home to meet my parents? After meeting my parents, you take me to meet your parents, and we'll settle the marriage as soon as possible, okay? Liu Shasha rolled her eyes and hesitated. Isn't this too fast? Fast. Liu Wenbo shook his head. It's fate, it's so fast. Shasha, haven't we already bought all the hardware? I'm serious about you. Then, doesn't that mean there's still a house? I have to take you home to show my parents first. When they know I have a girlfriend, I can sell their house in my hometown and come to Shanghai to pay the down payment. Oh, that's fine. Liu Shasha finally nodded, and then said seriously, let's go around later, I'll buy some gifts for your parents. It's agreed in advance that I'll pay for the gifts for your parents myself. Har 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 har. Liu Wenbo was overjoyed and very happy. Wife, you're so good. I must have accumulated so much virtue in my previous life to find such a virtuous wife like you. Liu Shasha's red lips curved, her beautiful eyes softly glanced at him, and she said coquettishly, virtue Tilder. He Tilder. Liu Wenbo was completely floating. However, he did not forget to reply in the group, Xiao Qin, don't worry, I will definitely be the one who laughs the last. After saying that, he took Liu Shasha and took a selfie with their faces close together. He threw it to the group. The two went shopping in the mall again. Qin Han popped up in the group, and then opened his laptop, ran the Android emulator, opened Douyin, registered an account and logged in, and searched for Don't Eat Coriander. From the homepage background to personal works. Finally, he found her comment and the video she commented on. After finishing the book, he recorded and copied all of them. After doing this, he went to the programmer forum to find the crawler tools he needed. Although the internet cannot be seen or touched, it has memory. Qin Han plans to collect more dry goods and explosive materials. Looking back, the whole big one. Chapter 8 Ouch, Welfare Girl. Tilder. Qin Han has never been a person who swallows his anger and swallows his anger. Repaying evil with kindness is not his style. He prefers to fight back and make things worse. There is a saying that he highly respects. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. When he was a child, a senior classmate stopped him after school and asked for money. He was afraid of being beaten, so he gave it to him. The next afternoon, during the last class, he lied that he had a stomachache and secretly ran to the school shed to find the classmate's bicycle. There were several holes in the front and rear tires. He didn't let the air out, but stabbed it directly. This is not over yet. The next day after school, he went home and told his father about the robbery yesterday, and asked his father to call the police, which scared the family. Apologize and pay back the money. This is still not over yet. Since then, the classmate's bicycle often broke down, sometimes the tire was punctured, and sometimes the keyhole was blocked. When the bicycle broke down, the classmate was beaten by his parents when he got home. In the end, he stopped riding a bicycle and walked to and from school every day, which was fine. So, Liu Shasha wanted to trick him into being a scapegoat. Liu Wenbo poached him in person, and even mocked him in the group. It's still too early to turn the page on this matter. Take your time, there's plenty of time to play with them slowly. Qin Han found a professional in the forum. It didn't take much effort to dig out Liu Shasha's hotel booking records. As expected of someone with 26 boyfriends, her hotel booking records were so rich. Thousands of them. After that, he used some technical means to search for Liu Shasha's social accounts. After layers of analysis, he finally found that she was still a Little Blue Bird user. This is interesting. Isn't she still a welfare girl, making some extra money? Qin Han set up a ladder, opened the browser and logged into his little Bluebird account. After searching, he found Liu Shasha. The threshold is 99, there are benefits in the group, 188 to become the boss can customize it. Today's outfit, this set is for a lucky draw. Dear ones, do you think this set is sexy? Do you like it? Oh my god Tilder. Qin Han's eyes lit up. As expected, Liu Shasha has a side job to make extra money. Selling second-hand clothes, high heels, and socks. It seems that if the big brother is generous, he can fly all over the country. TSK Tilder. No wonder he can afford a donkey bag. Although the person in the video is wearing a mask, it is still obvious through those eyes that this is Liu Shasha. With the real person on the screen, it is more convincing, and the effect is explosive. Qin Han happily backed up the data while appreciating Liu Shasha's work. In the middle, he also received a video call from his mother, asking if he had met Liu Shasha, how was the chat, and whether she was beautiful. Qin Han randomly selected some of the hotel booking records, videos, and photos and sent them over. The other party did not reply for a long time and was directly shocked. Qin Han sent a message, "Mom, thank you. I know you mean well, but the girls nowadays are very secretive and playful, you can't see through them. You don't need to help me find a partner in the future, I can do it myself. You said, what if it's not my sharp eyes that see it this time, and I marry you this daughter-in-law? Just think about that scene. How will you live in the future? Mom, you don't want to be a slutty mother-in-law, right?" Half an hour passed after the message was sent. Sumai replied, "Never mind." Seeing these 3 words, Qin Han felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to be forced to get married again, and he dared to go back for the holidays. Unconsciously, it was already the early morning. As soon as it was past 12 o'clock, Qin Han immediately whispered, "System," in his heart. A light blue light screen appeared, and the numbers on the middle dial really changed. 1 o'clock. An extra hour. Qin Han was secretly happy, turned his head and looked, and threw the tissue on the bed to the ground. Back 10 seconds. He felt his whole body tighten, and then suddenly relaxed. Looking at the bed again, a pack of Viter tissues was quietly placed there. Har 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 har. Ahar har har, ahar har har har. In the quiet room late at night, a pig's cry suddenly came. That night, Qin Han slept particularly sweetly. He dreamed that he had endless money, endless houses to live in, endless cars to drive, and endless women to sleep with. Early the next morning, Qin Han got up at dawn, dressed, washed, changed his shoes, and prepared to go out. Just as I opened the bedroom door, the entrance door was opened from the outside. Li Jishan walked in with her bag in her hand, wearing high heels. Seeing Qin Han, she was obviously stunned, as if she didn't expect him to get up so early. Qin Han smiled, "Are you back?" Going out." Li Jishan nodded, smiled, and walked towards her bedroom. The two passed each other. Qin Han raised his eyebrows, walked out of the room, and after closing the door, he took out his mobile phone and took a look. 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Jishan was still wearing the same clothes she wore yesterday afternoon, a light blue cheongsam, flesh-colored stockings and high heels. This was definitely not coming back from morning exercise. There was still a strong smell of alcohol on the other person, and when I thought about meeting her out yesterday afternoon, it was obvious that Li Jishan went out yesterday afternoon and didn't come back until now, and she was also drunk. Qin Han was suspicious. Was she out drinking with friends, or was she working? Since there were more important things to do, he had to give up for the time being. After leaving the community, Qin Han went straight to the nearby lottery shop, but it was too early and the owner hadn't opened the door yet. Helplessly, he had to go to have breakfast first, but when he came back, the owner of the lottery shop hadn't opened the door yet. Wow! Is this how you do business? Qin Han cursed and sat at the door waiting, anxious in his heart. What should he do first after having this system? He thought he should make money. Only with money can you do other things, or you can do everything. Without money, you can't do anything. This lottery is the way he can think of to make money quickly, and the key is that it is legal. So he came early in the morning, he couldn't wait and couldn't hold back. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the boss came late. "Young man, you're here early, aren't you?" It's the boss who's late. Do you have any scratch cards? Give me some. Of course, you can buy the lotto, 7 stars, and double color ball, and the prizes are even bigger, but I only have 1 hour to go back. It's definitely not okay to buy them this early in the morning. The best time to buy is when the tickets are about to stop being issued. But Qin Han can't wait until the evening. He wants to get rich now, he wants to make money. The only thing left is the scratch card. What denomination do you want? Sports lottery or welfare lottery? It's my first time buying. Boss, please take them out and let me see them. The boss brought out 2 large plastic baskets and put them on the counter. Qin Han came over. He didn't lie. He really had never played this thing before. I heard that they are all scams, and you will be left with nothing. With that money, it's better to eat something good, buy a skin, or save it for poverty alleviation at night. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Trying out the trick to make money. Tilde. The 2 baskets the lottery owner had. One was welfare lottery and the other was sports lottery, with all kinds of denominations in them. The smallest denomination was 5 yuan, the largest denomination was 100 yuan, and the others were 10, 20, and 50 yuan. The rules of play and the odds are all written there, clearly, and you can understand them at a glance. Qin Han looked through them one by one, first eliminating the denomination of 5 yuan, then 10 yuan and 100 yuan. The winning number of a denomination of 5 yuan or 10 yuan is too small, and scratching it is a waste of time. The winning number of a denomination of 100 yuan is quite large, but it is divided into 3 areas, and 1 card must be scratched at least 3 times. It is too cumbersome and a waste of time. After looking through it, he finally chose 2. The welfare lottery 20 yuan denomination Juchen Dragon, the sports lottery 50 yuan denomination Super Double. Both cards have 30 chances to win prizes. The maximum prize for the 20 yuan denomination is 800,000 yuan. The maximum prize for the 50 yuan denomination is 1 million yuan. Boss, give me a 20 yuan denomination. Qin Han said. Hearing this, the boss who was cleaning up the counter looked up in surprise. Just 1. He was a little speechless. So you have been picking and choosing here for most of the day, and in the end you only buy 1. Qin Han scanned the code to pay 20 yuan and smiled. Try the feel first. Oh, okay. The boss nodded. Here's a scraper for you. A scraper is a blunt blade with a handle. It's much faster to scrape with this thing than with your fingernails. Sure. With 1 cut, the entire scratch area was scratched open. It took 1 second. Qin Han hurriedly observed carefully to see if he had won a prize. The result was obvious. No. All the numbers were numbers, there was no winning amount, and there was no dragon pattern. This wave is pure loss. System, back off for 3 seconds. The scene in front of him blurred for a moment, and then returned to normal in an instant. Qin Han was holding a scraper in his hand, preparing to scratch the lottery. Tilde. He exhaled lightly, with joy and excitement flashing in his eyes. It worked. Then, he put the scratch card in his hand aside and picked up another one. Seeing his behavior, the boss didn't say anything. It was normal. Too many people changed the cards in their hands before scratching the lottery. It doesn't matter to him. You can change it casually, as long as you don't break the film. Qin Han cut again. This one still got nothing. System, back off for 2 seconds. The scene in front of him blurred again, and then Qin Han saw that his scraper had been placed on the card and was about to apply force. This was considered a barely recovered return. If he moved a little slower, backing off for only 2 seconds would definitely not work. Okay, can't take this risk. Qin Han decided to change his strategy. 1 second to scratch a card, 1 minute to scratch about 60 cards, 5 minutes to scratch 300 cards. He thought about it for a while. Boss, give me 300 cards. How many more? 300 cards. The boss was a little confused. Just now he said he wanted to buy 1 card, now he wants 300 cards. Now this young man is really getting more and more incomprehensible. If you want 300 cards, then you might as well buy them at cost. 50 cards in a book, the winning rate may be a little higher than these loose tickets. For this statement, Qin Han sneered, they are all the same, what's the big deal? The film of the loose tickets is also real. But buying at cost, neat and tidy, it's convenient for me when scratching. Okay, take it. Qin Han took out his mobile phone and scanned the code again, and paid 6,000 yuan. Boss, I'll change this loose ticket for another one, scratch this one first. Changed one and scratched it. Still nothing. This time, Qin Han didn't plan to go back in time. There was no need. It was only 20 yuan. The boss quickly brought out 6 scratch-off tickets with a face value of 20 yuan. Qin Han turned on the stopwatch on his phone and started timing. Scratch. He held the scratch-off ticket with one hand and the scraper with the other, moving the knife like flying. Swish, 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 swish. After scratching one, he put it aside without even looking at it and continued to scratch the next one. And so on. A book of 50 tickets was scratched off in a short time. After scratching off a book, he quickly flipped through it from the beginning to the end, his eyes wide open and focused, like a radar. As long as there were winning tickets, even if they were 50 yuan, he would pick them all out. Finally, the total was counted. The first book of 50 tickets had a total winning amount of 150 yuan. Loss of 850 yuan. Fuck. Qin Han cursed, pushed the first book aside, and started to scratch the second book. It was the same operation as before, first scratch all the tickets, and then check all the tickets to see if they won the prize. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The second book. The third book. Soon it was the sixth book, with a total prize of 200 yuan. The total prize of all 6 books was 1,550 yuan. A loss of 4,450 yuan. Qin Han twitched his mouth and turned to look at his phone, where the stopwatch was counting, 8 minutes and 51 seconds. System, time goes back 8 minutes and 55 seconds. To be safe, he added for seconds. This time, in addition to the blur in front of his eyes, there was also a slight dizziness in his head, but it disappeared in just a moment, so it didn't have much impact. Qin Han guessed that it was probably because the time of retreat was a little too long. The longer the time of retreat, the stronger the physical discomfort. Looking up, the 6 scratch cards were intact and the packaging was not opened. Boss, give me another 6. These are all new and unopened. I know, but I don't feel anything for these. Let's change them. The boss frowned and had to turn around and get them from the cabinet. 6 more. Qin Han pursed his lips and suddenly made a major discovery. He just scratched 300 scratch cards in one breath, repeating the same action 300 times, and his arm was very sore. But after the time went back, the soreness in his arm disappeared. This is very nice. Just this point, you can do a lot of things in the future. Tilde, for example, what? Boss, 6 is a bit too much. I can't finish them by myself. How about this? How about we each get 3 and scratch them together? Qin Han's sudden proposal surprised the boss. He has been running the shop for decades and has never encountered such a thing. The customers he met bought and scratched the tickets themselves, or their relatives and friends scratched them. No matter what, they would not let the boss scratch them. Young man, are you sure? Sure, boss, please help me. Aren't you afraid that if you win the prize, I will pocket it? No. Qin Han said with great certainty. What he was most afraid of was that the boss would pocket it. Okay. The boss felt trusted and in a good mood, and agreed without hesitation. In addition, he could experience the fun of scratching the lottery. Although he opened a lottery shop, he had never scratched 150 scratch tickets in one go. He knew too well how deep the water was. He would not be fooled. Now he can have a good time. Qin Han opened the stopwatch again and started timing. Scratch. It must be said that the efficiency of the two people is indeed much faster. They scratched all the tickets in just 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The total amount of winnings this time is 5,500 yuan, which seems to be a lot, but compared with the 6,000 yuan invested, it is still a loss. Time goes back. Boss, change 6 more books, I still don't feel anything when looking at these. Boss. Chapter 10. No matter how deep the water is, I'm not afraid. It turns out that lottery is a very complicated game. Using their time rewind ability, Qin Han kept going back 30 minutes and scratched 40 scratch cards with his boss. 40 scratch-off lottery tickets, 2,000 in total. Result. The largest winning amount was only 5,000 yuan. After deducting the cost of 1,000 yuan for a scratch ticket, the actual profit was only 4,000 yuan. Most of the others were losses, and the rest were small profits, about 100 or 200 yuan per book. Qin Han refuses to admit defeat. He is going to make some damn money today. Even if Jesus comes, he can't be stopped. Putting the scratch-off ticket that could earn him 4,000 yuan aside, Qin Han changed his mind and said he would only buy this one, and use the rest to buy sports lottery tickets with a face value of 50 yuan. Boss, I'll pay you another 25,000, plus the previous amount, and you can give me another 650 yuan notes. Young man. The boss was shocked. Adding the previous ones, it's 31,000 in total. 31,000 to buy a scratch ticket. Is this some serious brain disease? Or maybe he's just too excited and wants to take another big gamble. In all the years he has run his shop, he has seen this before, but those people just keep scratching and keep losing. The more you scratch, the more you lose, and the more you lose, the more you lose. In the end, he got so anxious that he lost his temper. But the handsome guy in front of me is obviously not that. He had been there for quite some time. He started to pick and choose at first, then took out 6,000 yuan and said he wanted to buy 300 scratch tickets with a face value of 20 yuan. But so far, he just scratched a scratch ticket. I just scratched one, how can this make me addicted? I lost 20 yuan, and then I took out 30,000 yuan to gamble. Isn't this stupid? 25,000 yuan received via WeChat. Hearing the notification tone from the phone, the boss suddenly felt a little nervous. He was worried that the young man might scratch all the scratch tickets he bought. Then I found out that I didn't get my money back and I was still losing money. Then he wouldn't stab himself in anger, right? Alas, people these days are so impetuous and aggressive. Don't let yourself run into this. After thinking about it, the boss forced a smile and said kindly, "Young man, it's so hard to make money nowadays. Lottery is just for fun, don't take it seriously. This thing is actually the same as gambling. Small gambling is fun, but big gambling is harmful to the body. How about this, I'll return the 25,000 to you, and you can just buy the 6,000 yuan one." Huh? Qin Han was stunned. This boss is a pretty good person. It's okay, I'm just making a small bet, boss, take it quickly. Spending 30,000 yuan on scratch tickets, is that a small gamble? Damn it. The lottery shop owner was startled and cursed the prodigal son inwardly. Eliminating the risk of being stabbed later, he moved swiftly and quickly took out 30 original lottery tickets worth 50 yuan each. There are 20 photos in one book, and 30 books contain exactly 600 photos. Boss, help me shave it, be quick, and be careful when checking. No problem. The phone starts counting. Shave. 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 Half an hour later. Boss, I don't have much feeling for these books. That's all the cost. They are all the same. They are all new and haven't been scratched. There's nothing to choose from. That's fine, I'll just take these. Qin Han felt a little unsatisfied, so he took out a lottery ticket with a face value of 20 yuan, and then took out 5 lottery tickets with a face value of 50 yuan and placed them in front of himself. This wave is okay. In this half hour, they scratched a total of 60 50 yuan scratch cards, each with 20 tickets, for a total of 1,200 tickets. The total is 6,000. Boss, please return the remaining money to me. The expression on the boss's face suddenly froze. You don't want anything else? No. There are other denominations. How about I get you a few of other denominations? The boss tried hard to persuade. He had earned 31,000 yuan, and the money wasn't even warm enough yet, but now he had to return most of it. He really couldn't bear to do that. Qin Han smacked his lips. He could indeed watch other movies, but the problem was that there wasn't much time left. It's better to save some for a rainy day. Qin Han shook his head and said with a smile, "Boss, didn't you just say that? Small gambling can make you happy, but big gambling can hurt your body. It's not easy to make money nowadays, so I'd better gamble a little." Well. Seeing this, the boss had no choice but to return the money. 25,000 yuan, returned by the original route. Seeing the transfer was successful, the boss' heart was bleeding. He felt like he had lost 25,000. Qin Han smiled and started scraping with the scraper. This time I really scratched it, there is money in these 6 books, and it's quite a lot. 50. 200. 50. 1000. 500. 5000. There are 150 scratch tickets in 6 books, 30 of which are winning tickets, for a total of 78 winning times. The chances of winning are actually not high. You should know that each of these 150 scratch tickets has 30 chances to win, which adds up to 4,500 chances. Only a 1.7% winning rate. And more importantly, these 6 scratch tickets were selected by Qin Han after he scratched 100 tickets. Then the chance of winning is even lower. 178 prizes. The largest single winning amount was 10,000 yuan, which was won twice, and the 5,000 yuan amount was won 4 times. The others are 2,000 yuan, 1,000 yuan, 500 yuan, 200 yuan, 100 yuan, and 50 yuan. All in all, the total prize money is 56,000 yuan. After deducting costs, the net profit is 50,000 yuan. Boss, please exchange the money. Qin Han put the winning scratch tickets on the counter with a smile. Hiss. The boss pressed a few buttons on the computer and gasped, "Boy, you are so lucky." "It's just so-so." Qin Han smiled and looked at him teasingly. "I don't believe you haven't seen people who have won more prizes than me." He. The boss laughed and said, "But you have too much. I can't redeem the prize for you." Qin Han raised his eyebrows, smiling. This is either because they don't want to spend such a large amount of money, or they are too lazy to go back to the lottery center to redeem it themselves. Or they just want a red envelope. But no matter which one it is, Qin Han doesn't want to spoil him. Since you have opened a store, you are obliged to provide necessary services to customers. You let customers go to the lottery center for everything, and you are only responsible for earning commissions. There is no such good thing. As for the red envelopes, don't even think about it. I earned the money through my own effort, why should I share it with you? Or in this kind of forced way. Besides, I bought a lottery ticket worth 6,000 yuan from you, so you can at least earn 200 yuan, and you still want a red envelope for that. Greedy. Qin Han shook his phone and said calmly, "I've just checked. If the single winning amount is 10,000 or less, you can redeem the prize at any sales outlet." "Boss, you don't want to be reported, do you? I heard that you all paid a deposit." Okay, I'll find a way to redeem it for you." The boss waved his hands repeatedly, confirmed the winning scratch ticket, and then started transferring money to Qin Han. "Dear customer, your China Merchants Bank savings card with the last number 7162 has an income of 56,000 yuan remitted from another bank, and the other party's account name is." Seeing this text message, Qin Han suddenly felt in a good mood. Nice. It's worth all the effort. Chapter 11. I'm in charge of your class. Just walked out of the lottery shop. Buzz. My phone kept vibrating, so I picked it up and saw it was another Ding Talk group. But this time it was not a company chat group, but a technical department work group. Liu Wenbo, temporary notice, the demo version originally scheduled for next Friday will be brought forward to next Monday afternoon. Our technical department is under a tight deadline and we need 3 people to work overtime. Are there any volunteers? Liu Wenbo, it's voluntary registration. No one spoke, so I assigned it. It was arranged by Mr. Liu, and I hope everyone will cooperate. At everyone. Liu Wenbo, no one said anything, so I will assign it. At Qin Han, at Zhongpenju, at Yuyang. The 3 of you should get off work overtime today, go to the company as soon as possible, and stay there all night. The demo version must be packaged by 9 a.m. tomorrow. When Qin Han opened the Ding Talk group, he saw that Zhang Pengju had withdrawn a message, and he didn't know what he said. Liu Wenbo asked, "What did you say at?" Qin Han went upstairs and looked at the content in the group. Work overtime. Still writing all night. He smiled coldly and immediately replied, he said he won't go. Smile. Liu Wenbo, are you going or not? Qin Han, I'm going to Nima. Smile. Qin Han, why did you give me such a short notice? Why didn't you ask earlier? What do you do as a technical director? You just flatter Mr. Liu and lick his toes every day, right? Qin Han, no, you are just licking Mr. Liu's shoes at best. Mr. Liu probably doesn't think highly of a fool like you. Qin Han, still staying up all night. Is that okay? Qin Han, you just lied and said we would pack up on Monday afternoon. why did you force us to work all night and pack up before 9 a.m. on Monday? Are you crazy? Holy crap. Qin Han's fingers moved quickly, tapping the screen. I scolded Liu Wenbo without any politeness, saying that this idiot was getting more and more outrageous. In the past, I tolerated you just for a few pieces of silver. Now I have a system and can make 50,000 yuan an hour. Whoever makes me unhappy, I will make him suffer. After the message is sent, Liu Wenbo remained silent in the group, looking a little confused. He didn't expect Qin Han to be so tough today. This is indeed the case. Liu Wenbo was looking at his phone at the moment, his face flushed with anger, and he didn't even hear what Liu Shasha asked him. What's wrong, Bobo? Liu Shasha said something coquettishly and came over to look at his phone. After taking a look, she was a little surprised. Is this your company group? That's Qin Han. Yeah. Liu Wenbo nodded. Liu Shasha frowned. How dare he talk to you like that? Aren't you his leader? Isn't it normal for the leader to arrange work for you and work overtime? He's full of foul language and has no manners at all. This kind of man is really despicable. Hello again, Bobo tilder tilder. When Liu Wenbo heard this, he immediately smiled with joy. He put his arms around her slender waist, caressing it with his big hands, and said proudly, that's right, that's why they say you can't judge a person by his appearance, you have to look at his inner qualities. Just wait and see. I'm going to punish this troublemaker this time. He has no respect for his superiors and is a disloyal person. If everyone is like him, won't the company be in chaos? Liu Shasha nodded repeatedly, eyes full of admiration. Well said, I support you. We must punish him severely, fine him, deduct his salary, and then fire him. Okay. Shasha, just wait and see how I deal with him. Liu Wenbo took a breath. Liu Wenbo, Qin Han, I know you are still upset about Sasha choosing to be with me. You can't accept it, so you have a problem with me and are dissatisfied with me. Liu Wenbo, I don't care about your personal attacks on me. But I have two things to make clear. Liu Wenbo, 1, you are so stingy even when ordering food for a blind date. You only order 2 dishes for 2 people. Aren't you ashamed? How can you be so embarrassed? How will girls think of you if you do this? Liu Wenbo, I don't think any girl would want to spend her whole life with a stingy man, right? Especially when it comes to her own woman. Liu Wenbo, besides, you are not even willing to pay the bride price, and you don't even plan to buy a house. Liu Wenbo at Qin Han, why don't you ask in the group and listen to the opinions of other female colleagues? Liu Wenbo, so, is it Sasha's fault that she doesn't follow you? Is it my fault? Liu Wenbo, you should look for the reasons within yourself for everything. You are not a child anymore. Stop being so childish. Be a man, not a shrew. Liu Wenbo's words. The group of people in the technical department who were secretly peeking at the screen exclaimed, oh my god. That's right, something big is going to happen today. Wonderful, wonderful. As for what Liu Wenbo said about Qin Han only ordering 2 dishes during a blind date, few people believed it. Zhangpengju, bullshit, brother Qin and I ate chicken together and ordered 6 dishes. Yu Yang, +1, there are 6 of us, and 2 dozen beers. Liu Menglong, +1, we are 5, and I drank 2 bottles of Jiang Xiaobai. Jin Wenjie, +1, but we had barbecue and it cost 300 yuan, is that enough to order 6 dishes? Zhangpengju at, when are you going to have barbecue? Why didn't you call me? They just started chatting like this, and the building tilted. Liu Wenbo was so angry that he wanted to curse, these bastards, sooner or later I will teach you a lesson. Liu Wenbo at everyone, be quiet. This is a work group, not a chat group. Anyone who talks about topics unrelated to work will be kicked out. The group fell silent. Liu Wenbo, 2, the packing time was advanced. This is Mr. Liu's arrangement. It's Mr. Liu's idea. If you are dissatisfied, you can go to Mr. Liu to report the situation. At Liu Wenbo, I asked you to work all night and finish packing before 9 a.m. on Monday to leave some time for error. In case there is a problem with the package, there is still time to modify it. Do you understand? At Qin Han was walking back at this moment when he felt his cell phone vibrate. He picked it up and smiled disdainfully. Qin Han, I understand. Smile. Qin Han, what's wrong with what General Manager Liu arranged? Even if she's crazy, you wouldn't object. You just do whatever she asks you to do. Are you a technical director or a yes man? Mr. Liu asks you to eat shit, will you go? Or are you just dying for it and think that even Mr. Liu's shit smells good? Smile, smile. As soon as these words came out, all the people in the technical department took a deep breath. Liu Wenbo laughed loudly and said viciously, "You are dead, Qin Han." Liu Wenbo, I have taken screenshots. I will send all your comments to Mr. Liu. You are an adult now, you must be responsible for your own actions. Qin Han, whatever. If you have the guts, send it to the chairman. Don't tag your dad anymore, he's busy. The message has just been sent. Qin Han's cell phone started vibrating wildly and kept ringing. Chapter 12 Adults are lonely. Brother Qin, you are crazy. Man, you can just scold that bastard Liu Wenbo, why are you scolding Mr. Liu? Brother Qin is awesome. He even dares to scold Boss Liu, 666. Brother Qin, have you found a good place to go? Don't forget your brothers when you have a good opportunity. To be honest, I don't want to stay in this crappy company anymore. Brother Qin. 6 or 7 colleagues from the same department were chatting privately with Qin Han on DingTalk. They were really shocked this time. There was nothing wrong with scolding Liu Wenbo, as he was just a director after all. But Mr. Liu is different. He is the person in charge of their entire project team. He is in charge of everyone's promotion, salary, benefits, stay or departure, etc. He holds great power and is truly someone who cannot be messed with. Regarding the concerns of the people, Qin Han didn't care at all. He replied one by one as he walked. What's wrong with Mr. Liu? If you piss me off, I'll take care of her too. She has a stern face every day, as if someone owes her tens of millions. I have disliked her for a long time. It's a good project, but she is leading a useless project. It's just a bunch of useless things, good looking but useless. Type blindly throughout the process and send when you are finished. Then turn your phone to do not disturb mode and lock the screen so that no one can disturb you anymore. Out of sight, out of mind, love whoever you want. After returning home. After changing into a pair of slippers in the house, Qin Han felt the urge to pee and went out to the bathroom again. Hua la 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 la. He shook himself casually, pulled up his trousers and turned around, when something suddenly fell from the heating basket on the wall next to him. Looking down. Eh? Qin Han was stunned when he saw the piece of cloth on the ground. It was light blue in color and no bigger than a palm. This color is so familiar. He knew instantly who it belonged to. Li Jishan. The color of this small piece of cloth is the same as the cheongsam she wore yesterday and today. It is really exquisite and they are a complete set inside and out. The mold is probably this color too. As for how it ended up in the bathroom, that's also easy to figure out. The bathroom was now damp and there was a lot of water vapor. It was obvious that she had just taken a shower in the bathroom and forgot to take it out when she went out. Qin Han was thinking to himself. After hesitating for a moment, he bent down and picked up the small piece of cloth on the ground. After all, I dropped it myself. If we ignore this, it would seem very uncultured. After picking it up, I had an unavoidable look at it. It was a hollow butterfly shape and a lace style. The material seemed to be ice silk. It felt soft, silky, and a little cool. It was also a little sticky. Qin Han blinked and unfolded. He had no other thoughts but to worry whether it had fallen on the ground and got dirty or something. After all, this was the bathroom. After taking a look, he closed it again. It feels right. Wet and sticky, they look different. The former is matte, while the latter is glossy. TSK. Is this loneliness or emptiness? Qin Han pondered in his heart and was about to return the things to their original place. Click, the bathroom door opened. Well. Qin Han held the small piece of cloth in one hand and his belt in the other, staring blankly at Li Jishan who was standing at the door. The two looked at each other, both speechless. Har har har. Qin Han forced a smile. I said I accidentally dropped it and just picked it up. Do you believe me? Li Jishan had her hair tied up and was wearing a purple suspender nightgown. Her face is rosy, and the skin on her face, arms and even calves is white with a rosy glow, so moist that it seems to be dripping with water. She stood at the door, looking at Qin Han calmly. Can you give it back to me? The tone was very calm, without a trace of emotion. Har har, of course. Qin Han smiled and immediately handed over the small piece of cloth in his hand. Li Zhishan took it, turned back to the house and closed the door. Qin Han washed his hands and returned to his room. After returning to their house, he was still thinking about what had just happened. In fact, in that situation, you can use the system to reverse time to avoid embarrassment. But he didn't think it was necessary. Don't do anything wrong, and don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. What's embarrassing? We are all adults, so who doesn't he have some needs? Time is still very precious and cannot be wasted. Lie down on the bed. Qin Han quickly put the matter out of his mind and picked up his phone to check something. After unlocking it, he saw a lot of messages coming from DingTalk. The top message reads: Qin Han, come to my office first when you arrive at the company tomorrow morning. This is. I clicked on it and saw Liu Li. Flip up again. Holy shit. Why are they all sent here? This Nima. Qin Han was a little confused for a moment. This Liu Li is none other than the head of their project team. And all the words he had said to Mr. Liu on his way back were sent to the project team group without missing a word. There are more than 200 people in this group, covering the entire project team, including all staff from planning, art, technology and other departments. This is equivalent to pointing at Liu Li's nose and scolding her in front of the entire department. With Liu Li's cold and arrogant personality, Qin Han couldn't imagine what kind of expression she had at the moment. She might even want to cut herself into pieces. This time I'm completely offended. Har 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 har. But it's really cool. Qin Han thought silently in his heart, the worst that could happen is just a dismissal, no big deal. I have a system, can I still be a slave? Keep calm. Qin Han started climbing the stairs and after looking for a while he finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that at that time Liu Wenbo took screenshots of the chat records in the technical department group and sent them to the project team group, and he also specifically at Ed Liu Li. After that, Liu Li popped up and at herself in the group, asking herself to give an explanation. As a result, I was walking and typing blindly, and without looking, I accidentally sent the message to the project team group at the top of the message list. Oh my god, the group exploded. Liu Li is the ice-cold devil in the eyes of more than 200 people in the entire project team. Others are arrogant, but she is just cold and arrogant. He has a stern face every day, never smiles, and gives off a cold and unfriendly aura. Besides being cold, she was also ruthless. Things in the project are always final and the review is very strict. Once they find any flaws or something they are not satisfied with, their mouths become as venomous as if they were smeared with cobra saliva. Mean. A 37-year-old man in the company, a 1.9-meter tall man, was lying on the table and sobbing because of what she said. And now, Qin Han openly expressed in the group that he wanted to punish Liu Li, and even called her a dog, good-looking but useless. The group really exploded. A total of 227 people in the group. After Qin Han sent out those messages, the group fell silent instantly, and no one dared to speak. Even Liu Wenbo has gone into hiding. Qin Han exited the group chat and looked at the message list again. It was full of red dots, at least 40 or 50 of them. Looking at the preview, it's all. Brother Qin, have a safe journey. Goodbye, Brother Qin. Brother Qin, take care and keep in touch. Shit, it's like he's making arrangements for his final affairs. Qin Han grinned and returned to the project group to type. Okay, see you tomorrow. At Chapter 13 Self-Redemption in the Middle of the Night. Har 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 har. Shasha, Qin Han is definitely dead this time. He has offended Boss Liu, no one can protect him this time. If he doesn't get out of here, I will write my name backwards. Liu Wenbo hugged Liu Shasha and spoke with great confidence. He was so happy that he originally wanted to use the chat records to sue Qin Han, let Mr. Liu stand up for him, and severely criticize Qin Han. But I never expected that. Qin Han actually launched a suicide attack himself. Now, I don't have to do anything. President Liu will take action and kick that bastard Qin Han out of the company. Wait till this bastard gets out of here. After that, the people in the technical department would no longer have anyone to rely on, and they would become obedient and obey their own discipline. Liu Shasha also saw the situation in the DingTalk group. She was a little curious, is this Ms. Liu a woman? She's so powerful. It's not just powerful, it's simply cruel, cold and ruthless, said Liu Wenbo. Is it beautiful? Liu Xiaoxiao asked. She just saw Qin Han say in the group that if he was made angry, he would take care of that Mr. Liu. The man said he would beat up the woman, but how could he do that? It must have been fried. Liu Xiaoxiao thought again that Qin Han didn't like her. She immediately felt that Ms. Liu might be very beautiful, even more beautiful than herself. Otherwise Qin Han would not have said such a thing. Liu Xiaoxiao still believes that the reason why Qin Han was unwilling to pay a dowry or buy a house after marriage was mainly because he didn't like her. If you like her, how can you reject her directly? This obviously goes against common sense. Look at Liu Wenbo, isn't he this the most intuitive example? In order to be with me, he rushed to buy hardware and give me gifts. Appearance and figure are what Liu Xiaoxiao is most proud of. With these two things, she has been successful over the years, and all of her 26 boyfriends were chosen by her. If I weren't picky, there would probably be more than 2,600. But she came back empty-handed in Qin Han, which still makes her feel resentful. You bastard, I'll make you regret it. After hearing Liu Xiaoxiao's question, Liu Wenbo nodded decisively. She's beautiful, very beautiful. That face, that figure, wow. It's absolutely amazing. The goddess of all our company employees. Oh tilde really tilde tilde. Liu Xiaoxiao glanced at him with a long voice and smiled. Does it include you? Har har. Liu Wenbo immediately changed his words. That was in the past. Now I have you. Everything else is nothing. You are the only goddess in my heart. Then Qin Han will definitely be fired this time. Liu Xiaoxiao asked. Of course. 100%. So if we fire him, will we give him compensation, like N+1? Impossible. Liu Wenbo sneered and said, other people's words are definitely true, but this time Qin Han insulted the leader in public, which has violated the company's regulations. How could he be given compensation? Not deducting his salary is good enough. That's good, he deserves it, he deserves it. Liu Xiaoxiao laughed again. Bobo, when you go to work tomorrow, remember to report to me in time, okay? Liu Wenbo readily agreed. No problem. I'll record it tomorrow and let you see with your own eyes how Qin Han got kicked out of the company in disgrace. Since the system, duration, is only 10 minutes. There was no way to operate the lottery today, so Qin Han didn't go out at night and stayed in the room typing codes. It wasn't overtime, but rather finishing a private job. From then on, it would be impossible for him to take private jobs to earn extra money, so this order could be considered the finale of his career. So, he decided to do it well and leave no regrets. Of course, even when he was typing code in his room, he didn't treat himself badly. Qin Han always felt that boys should not only protect themselves when they are outside, but also be nice to themselves. So, he often goes to help the poor. First, you can make yourself happy. Second, you can help others to the best of your ability. And third, the other person will also be happy. It's like killing two birds with one stone. However, this poverty alleviation project leaves little food in the pocket, as one still has to pay for rent, property fees, water, electricity, gas, internet fees, etc. Finally, we have to eat. You can't spend all your monthly salary, you have to save a little. So he had to save money on food, keeping breakfast within 10 yuan, lunch within 20 yuan, and dinner. If you work overtime, you can eat the overtime meal ordered by the company and save 20 yuan. Now all this is past tense. With this system, we can earn 50,000 in 1 hour, and it will increase in the future. Don't let yourself be wronged anymore, be nicer to yourself. Noon. Mi Tuan ordered a deluxe single-person tomahawk meal from Torres restaurant for 988 yuan. Australian Angus grain-fed tomahawk steak, Iberian ham, black truffle mushroom soup, Caesar salad, Italian black mandarin orange. There is meat, wine, soup, dessert, and so on. Qin Han was having a great time eating. At night, he went to Mi Tuan and ordered an old Shanghai-style meal called Shanghai Lane 12, which was a little cheaper. 888 yuan. For hot dishes, 2 cold dishes, 1 staple food, 1 dessert. Just another simple meal tilde tilde tilde. 12 o'clock at night. Qin Han finally finished typing the last line of code and tested it again. It runs smoothly and the experience is great. Open WeChat and find the boss. All the issues raised last time have been optimized. You can test it tomorrow. If you have any questions, please feel free to give us feedback. Send. He stretched and summoned the system with a thought. The duration has been increased by another hour, and the total duration is now 70 minutes. Qin Han was in a good mood and got up to go to the bathroom to pee. In the bathroom, he couldn't help but think of what happened in the morning, and now it was a long night. Go out and help the poor. As soon as this thought came up, Qin Han immediately suppressed it. No. In the past, I had no choice but to support 688's sister. To be honest, the quality of girls at this level is about the same as Liu Shasha, around 70 or 80 points, and generally lower. But it's different now. We have a system, so we have to eat fine bran. After washing his hands, Qin Han prepared to go back to his room. When he passed the door of the master bedroom, he suddenly stopped, and then he put his ear to the door. It's not that Qin Han is vulgar, but that he just heard some familiar voices. Many handsome guys should be familiar with that voice. In countless late nights, it was these female teachers who accompanied, comforted, and consoled us. Huh? Qin Han raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Li Zhishan was also a fellow fan and liked to watch it? He decided to confirm it, so he put his ear to the door. It doesn't matter if you hear this. In addition to the teacher's voice, Qin Han actually heard Li Zhishan's voice. Oh my god, Tilder. This is quite exciting, real people performing in ecstasy. A feast for the ears, quietly blooming in the middle of the night, Tilder. Chapter 14, breaking into their house by force, breaking the rules. The more Qin Han listened, the more excited he became. I didn't expect that Li Zhishan is not only beautiful and has a good figure, but also has a wonderful singing voice. He suddenly remembered a poem written by Ju Yi, which sounded like weeping, longing, resentment and complaint. TSK. It sounds pretty nice. Qin Han looked down and was overwhelmed. Why is the singing gone? Qin Han was stunned for a moment, then he concentrated and listened carefully. The door opened, and Qin Han, who was listening attentively, suddenly staggered and half of his body went into the room. Li Zhishan frowned, her face was cold, and she looked at Qin Han coldly with her hands folded across her chest. What are you doing? Tilder. Qin Han stood up and waved. Hello, nothing, just happened to pass by, I just went to the bathroom. Li Zhishan said indifferently, apologize. Move out tomorrow. Otherwise, I will call the police. Hey. Qin Han laughed. Are you threatening me? He curled his lips, pushed Li Zhishan aside, and walked in. Qin Han locked the door. Li Zhishan panicked immediately, her face changed drastically, and she hurried to the balcony. What do you want to do? I warn you not to be impulsive. I'm calling the police. She had already opened the dial-up interface on her phone and was entering one. Qin Han rushed over without saying a word, and with lightning speed, he snatched the phone away in an instant. 12:25. After checking the time, Qin Han cancelled the dialing interface. You ask me what I want to do. Why don't you guess first? I warn you not to do anything rash. This is a society ruled by law. There is no need to. Li Zhishan's face turned pale and she stammered as she continued to walk towards the balcony. Qin Han was at the door, and she knew she definitely couldn't get out. Then, I can only hide on the balcony. For her little actions. Qin Han didn't care. He walked to the bedside casually, glanced around casually, and reached out to pull up the summer quilt on the bed. 2 pink toys rolled out one after another. Tilder. Qin Han immediately laughed, realizing that he had heard correctly. I looked again. He looked at the blushing Li Zhishan and teased, you're quite good at playing, huh? Li Zhishan. Qin Han withdrew his gaze and picked up Li Zhishan's mobile phone to look at it. His finger had been on the screen, so the phone was not locked. You can watch it directly. There is no computer in this room, so Li Zhishan must have been watching it on her mobile phone just now. Let's take a look at her taste first and find out what she likes. With a rub of his fingers, he called up the background applications and directly found the running Jingdong. The story is being played above where their husband is reporting on his work outside the door while the female secretary is working for the president inside. Oh, I see. I also like to watch this Tilder. Qin Han took a look, then opened WeChat again with a smile, and looked through Li Zhishan's chat history openly. Li Zhishan was so ashamed and angry that her face flushed. Put down my phone. Get out now. I won't call the police. Breaking, robbery and rape are all serious crimes. You are still so young and have a good life to enjoy. There is really no need to send yourself to prison. I'm telling the truth. If you get out now, I promise not to call the police. I'll just assume you were drunk and I won't blame you. Oh, by the way, I'm sick. I have AIDS and syphilis. My life is very chaotic. I often go out and have sex. Go out, I can give you money, go out and find someone, I'm sick all over, I'll infect you, your life is over. Har har. Qin Han, who had been flipping through his phone, suddenly laughed. He raised his head and looked at Li Zhishan with a joking expression. You've never had a boyfriend, what are you doing out there messing around? How to do it? Where did syphilis and AIDS come from? Li Zhishan's face froze and she said in a lost voice, how do you know? As soon as she said it, she suddenly realized. It must be that the things I wrote in the circle of friends were seen. She suddenly felt like a social demise, and her toes began to pick at the soles of her shoes out of embarrassment, wishing she could dig a hole to crawl into. Here's your phone. R. Li Zhishan was stunned and began to doubt her ears. Qin Han shook his phone and handed it over. Li Zhishan hesitated a little. You, throw the phone over here. Qin Han's face darkened. Come and get it. If you don't come and get it, I won't leave today. If you come and get it, I'll leave right away. Are you serious? Do you have any other choice now? Hurry up. Save time. Qin Han shouted coldly again. Li Zhishan gritted her teeth and walked towards the scalp. Hurry up. Qin Han urged again. Li Zhishan had no choice but to speed up her pace. The room was not big to begin with, and in 2 or 3 seconds she was close to Qin Han and reached out to grab her cell phone. After successfully getting the phone, Li Zhishan's face immediately lit up with joy. Sudden. She felt a chill. Oh. What are you doing? Har 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 har. Qin Han burst into laughter. The last question was answered. By Tilda. He waved his hand. Under Li Zhishan's ashamed, angry, frustrated, and puzzled gaze, he whispered, back off for 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The vision in my eyes blurred for a moment. Qin Han looked at the door in front of him, and listened carefully. He heard Li Zhishan singing inside. He smiled and went back to his room. After returning to the room, the excitement in his heart still did not subside, and a sense of accomplishment in breaking the taboo lingered in his heart. If there was no system, would he dare to do these things? Definitely not. But he did it openly, breaking into their house, robbing money, openly looking through other people's privacy, and forcibly checking. Nothing's wrong now. Even if we raped him just now, that's totally fine, the duration is 70 minutes. The system is really a good thing. Lying in bed. Qin Han's thoughts were in turmoil and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Only at this moment did he truly understand that from now on he was completely different from everyone else. Everyone else needs to abide by the various rules and regulations of this world. He doesn't need it. Or he will be the only one in this world who is beyond the rules. After a while, he calmed down his excitement a little, and then thought of the privacy, or secret, of Li Zhishan that he had just spied on. It turns out that all my previous guesses were wrong. Totally wrong. Li Zhishan is completely different from what he imagined. First, she has never had a boyfriend, let alone a life. She is still a genuine, serious wine girl. Secondly, Chapter 15: The Truth Behind the Mask. Secondly, Li Zhishan is far from being as elegant and intellectual as she usually appears. Her values are a bit distorted. Deep down, he is very materialistic and extremely eager for money. He feels that there is nothing better than money in this world. She wants money very much. So many that she can buy whatever she wants. If you want to buy a luxurious sea view flat, buy it. If you want to buy as many LV as you want, buy as many LV as you want. If you want to go to a Michelin 3-star hotel, go to a Michelin 3-star hotel. In addition to these, she was also lonely, tired, and very insecure. All of this requires us to start with her life experience. Li Zhishan was born in a small county town in Henan province. She is the eldest daughter in the family and has two younger brothers. In rural areas of that era, the idea of favoring boys over girls was prevalent. She has never had any delicious food since she was a child, and she has to do all the dirty and tiring work. Ever since she was old enough to understand, she wanted to leave her family, her parents and her brother, so she studied very hard. The university entrance exam was far away, so I completed my studies while working part-time. But her parents and brother did not let her go. They said that it was easy for her to make money as a college student and there were many opportunities in big cities, so they asked her to send money home every month. From 1,000 per month at the beginning, it has gradually increased to 5,000 per month now. Don't give? If you don't give it to me, I will go to your company to make trouble and block you. Because of this, Li Zhishan has lost several jobs. Because of these, she developed an extremely materialistic mentality, longing to have a lot of money and becoming extremely obsessed with money. As for why she is 32 years old and still a naive girl, this is because Li Zhishan knows very well what her most precious thing is, and she wants to keep the most precious thing and wait for the right price to sell it. Qin Han saw all this information on Li Zhishan's WeChat. In the collection, she wrote a lot of things like a diary. In the circle of friends, she also posted a lot of content that was visible only to herself, including all kinds of content. There are complaints, insults, sadness, happiness, expectations, etc., and there is no shortage of explosive stuff. For example, she wrote that some time ago an old professor came to buy a house, spoke frivolously to her, and even invited her to dinner. If the old professor could give her the house and put her name on it, she can feed the old dog with her own body. Judging from the old professor's age, he probably won't live for many more years. Once he dies, she will have completely completed her class transition and become a superior person. Qin Han's worldview was shattered, and his thoughts were greatly impacted. Lying in bed thinking about this, Qin Han's thoughts could not calm down for a long time. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover, and you cannot measure the depth of the sea. It turns out that everyone has one, or even several, masks. Even a top beauty like Li Zhishan cannot escape this law. On the surface, she appears to be refined, elegant, arrogant and intellectual, but in fact, she has distorted values and is materialistic and vain. In order to get a house worth more than 10 million yuan, they are willing to be the old man's lover. He tilde. But this is also good, it makes things easier. It's just money, it's easy to get it if you want it. Thinking about these, Qin Han fell asleep with a smile on his face. The next morning, I was sleeping soundly when the alarm clock suddenly rang. Qin Han suddenly got up, picked up his clothes and put them on, but when he was halfway through he suddenly came to his senses. Grass. What are you doing so early? He threw his clothes away, turned over and lay down again to continue sleeping. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. After yawning and stretching, Qin Han slowly got up. After getting dressed and washing up, I took a taxi to the nearby Yuexian for breakfast. I used to think that shrimp dumplings and crab roe buns were very expensive, but today I can order as much as I want, and there are also roast duck, steamed spare ribs, etc. I eat until I am full. A breakfast costs 518 yuan. Simple, just another meal tilde. After eating and drinking, Qin Han took a taxi to the company. Leo Technology, Project Group 3. The atmosphere in the entire office area is very quiet today, so quiet that it is even a little weird. Many people were chatting and laughing with their colleagues when they walked to the door of the office area, but as soon as they stepped into the door, the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly. His face was expressionless and serious, just like the face changing in Sichuan opera. Some people even walk much more lightly and carefully after entering the office area. It seems that he is afraid of waking up some big devil. Hundreds of square meters of office space. It's a few dozen meters from one end to the other, and there are more than 200 people. No one was talking or chatting. They were all looking at their computer screens with focused and serious expressions. Depressed. Dignified. Although no one was talking, everyone's keyboards were actually clacking, and most people were not working but chatting. Has Qin Han not come yet? No, I don't think it would be so quiet if I came. Alas. I don't even dare to go to the bathroom because of this. I'm so uncomfortable. There are countless conversations like this. The entire project team is keeping an eye on Qin Han. Ding Talk Group of the Technology Department. Wang Hui, you guys think Qin Han won't come today? It's already 10:30. Cheng Jibin, it's normal not to come, it's not shameful. If I come, I will have to face that cold female devil, it's scary just thinking about it. Liu Wenbo, har har. He can escape the first day, but can he escape the 15th? If he doesn't come today, it will be considered as absenteeism. If a person is absent from work for 7 consecutive days, the company has the right to fire him directly without taking any responsibility. This is all his own fault, he can't blame anyone else. Yu Yang, you're overthinking it. He will definitely come. Liu Wenbo, what if he doesn't come today? It's already noon, if he was going to come, he would have come a long time ago. You were quite good at talking big yesterday, but today you are just a coward. I thought he was so awesome. Trash. Yu Yang, that's better than someone else. Liu Wenbo at Yu Yang, what do you mean? Yu Yang, literal meaning. Liu Wenbo raised his head and looked at Yu Yang, who was working at the opposite workstation with an angry look on his face. Just as he was about to scold him, his peripheral vision suddenly swept to the office not far away. He immediately closed his mouth, swallowed the words back, and quickly lowered his head to look at the screen. Liu Wenbo at Yu Yang, you don't want to do this anymore, right? Okay. You're one. Yu Yang, if you have the guts, open it for me. Do your parents know that you are so awesome? Zhang Penju, he is so awesome. At Liu Wenbo, your dad doesn't want to do this anymore, what's going on? Liu Wenbo, okay, who else? If you have the guts, please stand up and let me see. No one is showing up in the technical department group anymore. Leo Technology was already well known in the industry, and it just completed its C round of financing at the beginning of the year, with 500 million yuan in funds received. Its strength has greatly increased, and the salaries and benefits of its employees have also increased. If not necessary. No one wants to lose a good job for someone else. Seeing that no one showed up in the group, Liu Wenbo smiled disdainfully. He knew this would be the result. Liu Wenbo at Yu Yang at Zhang Penju, if you don't believe me, just watch. Qin Han definitely won't dare to come today. You two are still jumping around for him here, idiots. Zhang Penju, dad is willing, you take care of him. Yu Yang, what if he comes? Liu Wenbo, if he comes, I will treat everyone in the department to milk tea. If he doesn't come, you two can treat him, one for each of you, do you dare? Zhang Penju, good. Yu Yang, you can go buy it now. Liu Wenbo was stunned and turned his head abruptly to look at the entrance of the office area. Chapter 16, The Iceberg Demon. Tilde. At the westernmost end of the project team office area, there is an independent office with large floor-to-ceiling windows on the side facing the office area, and the blinds inside are usually closed. Today, not only did I open them, I also put them all away. Whether from the inside out or from the outside in, you can see everything at a glance. The office is decorated simply, with grey carpets. The coffee table, sofa, desk, clothes rack, bookcase, etc. are all white, and there are also several pots of green plants. A tall woman was standing in front of the window with her arms folded. She was wearing a V-neck smoke grey OL long-sleeved shirt. The dark one-step skirt tightens her waist and perfectly outlines her graceful curves. The front is very protruding and the back is very curvy, graceful and charming. Her slender legs were tightly wrapped in grey ultra-thin stockings, and looked even more upright against the black high heels. She looked to be almost 175 centimeters tall. This is Liu Li, a well-known iceberg producer in the gaming circle and the person in charge of Qin Han's project, known as Mr. Liu. At this moment, her delicate face. She had no expression on her face and looked very cool. Like the first burst of ice in winter, its beauty carries an edge that cannot be ignored. His deep eyes stared at the office area outside without blinking, his brows were furrowed, revealing unspeakable irritability and depression. She stood like this for a long time. Until her feet began to feel sore and the man still hadn't shown up, she snorted coldly and wanted to go back and sit down to rest for a while. As soon as I turned around, I heard some noise. She turned around and saw Qin Han strolling into the office area. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses, a white t-shirt, black shorts, and a pair of Crocs on his feet. Seeing Qin Han dressed like this, the frost on her face suddenly thickened again. When the people in the office outside saw Qin Han appear, they all gasped. Awesome Qin Han, you dare not wear work clothes. 666. I admire you so much. Lao Qin, you have to hold on for a while. I'm here to support you. Qin Han, I didn't expect you to look more handsome without work clothes. Hey, are your Crocs the same style as mine? Facing the whispered greetings from the crowd, Qin Han nodded with a smile and walked straight to his workstation without saying anything more. Their technical department's office is at the westernmost end, right next to the project manager's office. At this moment, all the blinds in the office are drawn. The situation inside was clearly visible. Qin Han saw Liu Li, who had a great figure, standing in front of the window, looking at him with a frosty face. Qin Han raised his eyebrows at her cheerfully, then walked to Liu Wenbo and patted him on the shoulder. What are you still sitting there for? Go buy some milk tea. Just drink the Modu sister-in-law. I want jasmine manbois, a large glass with ice. Don't make a mistake. Liu Wenbo's face turned pale, he pushed his hand away and shouted angrily, Qin Han, look at what time it is now. 11:10. Don't you know what time the company opens? Also, why aren't you wearing work clothes? You're wearing slippers. What a shame. This is a company, not your home. Qin Han scratched his ears and said nonchalantly, what time I come is none of your business, it's not you who pays me. You also know that this is a company, not your home, right? Why do you care whether I wear work clothes or not? Go buy the milk tea first and then talk to me, okay? After that, Qin Han turned around and looked around the entire office area, and said, students, Director Liu is inviting everyone to drink Modu's sister-in-law today. Please give a round of applause to thank him. This shout made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. Everyone looked at Liu Wenbo, not knowing what was going on. Yeah, take a screenshot of what Director Liu said just now and post it in the group, otherwise everyone will think I'm lying. Hey, okay. Zhang Penju's face lit up with joy, and he quickly took a screenshot and sent it to the group. Liu Wenbo's face immediately turned green. How could he deny the debt now? My heart aches. Modu's sister-in-law is not cheap. Even if one cup costs 20 yuan, there are more than 200 people in the entire project team. Grass. This is more than 4,000 yuan. You can do anything with 4,000 yuan, wouldn't it be nice to buy Sasha 2 sets of clothes? Old Liu, think carefully. If you don't buy it today, then it will be proven that your words are as good as farts. Qin Han lowered his voice and said with a smile, how will you, Director Liu, gain a foothold in the company in the future? How will you convince the public? Hearing this, Liu Wenbo's face was uncertain, his eyes flickering. Qin Han, don't be so proud. You will definitely be in trouble today. If you offend Boss Liu, you will die. I want to see how you walk out of the company in disgrace later. Your position and your woman all belong to me. Pause. He added sinisterly, oh, by the way, there are also your 2 lackeys. Even after you get out of here, I won't let them go. I will slowly take care of them. Qin Han raised his middle finger at him, but instead of panicking, he smiled happily. Then don't worry about it. Go buy me some milk tea. When you get married, I'll give you a big gift. After that, he laughed, turned around and walked towards Liu Li's office. His movement instantly caused everyone in the project team to stretch their necks and look over with wide eyes. Bang! Qin Han pushed the glass door open roughly and then slammed it shut. The people outside were trembling with fear and exclaimed in unison. Entered the office. Qin Han didn't even lower the blinds on one side. He walked to the desk and sat down on it. This ferocious action once again caused a burst of "what the hell" from outside. Liu Li, who was sitting in the boss chair, could no longer hold back the anger in her heart and she slammed the table. Snap. Qin Han. Stand up right there. I wanted to talk to you, but now it seems unnecessary. Now please get out of here, pack up your things and leave. Right now. Right now. Looking at Liu Li with her eyebrows raised and her face filled with anger, Qin Han smiled and was completely unmoved. Instead, he looked her up and down with interest. It was the first time for him to look at Liu Li from such a close distance. He had thought she was very beautiful before, but he didn't expect that when he looked at her carefully from such a close distance. Looks better. The skin on the face and neck is so delicate, so pink and smooth that you can't see a pore even from such a close distance. The skin is so good. She is worthy of being the first woman to be rated 90 points by herself. Li Zhishan was 2 points behind her. How bad is it? The C-level logic is not as strong as the D-level logic, the latter is more convincing. 1. Li Zhishan's temperament, or aura, is not as strong as Liu Li's. As soon as Liu Li stood in the office, everyone would subconsciously lower their voices. Her coldness and arrogance naturally emanated from her from the inside out. It's not the kind of deliberate and artificial style that Li Zhishan shows. 1. Qin Han's gaze went from head to toe, and from toe to head. Finally, it stopped on the magnificent peak, which was now violently rising and falling. Chapter 17, Scream even if your throat hurts. Boss Liu, it's wrong for you to curse. As a woman, especially a beautiful woman like you should be more restrained and not get angry easily. This will affect your temperament. Look at you, you have a stern face every day, as if everyone owes you tens of millions. Whenever someone makes a mistake at work, you slam the table and glare at them, and you are unforgiving. Qin Han, you said seriously, if you continue like this, it will easily cause endocrine disorders, leading to dysmenorrhea, irregular menstruation, leukorrhea with bad odor, and other diseases. Come on, smile for me first. I've never seen you smile before. Liu Li's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and she was so angry that her beautiful eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Okay, you won't leave, right? Then don't regret it. Saying. She picked up the phone and said, I'll ask the HR department to fire you, and you can get the compensation as soon as you get it. I'm not afraid of your labor arbitration. You are a scum who has no respect for discipline and flirts with female colleagues. You won't win even if there is a labor arbitration. In addition, I will also inform the industry about your character and professional qualities, so that everyone will be more careful when recruiting in the future to avoid hiring a scumbag. Believe me, I still have some connections. It won't be long before you find it hard to gain a foothold in this industry. Women are indeed the most vicious. Qin Han laughed, stood up and walked towards Liu Li. You said I flirted with my female colleagues. Seeing him coming, Liu Li frowned and shouted coldly, What do you want to do? Get out of here. Didn't you say that I flirted with my female colleagues? Qin Han said cheerfully, I can't let you wrongly accuse me for nothing. Hearing this, instead of panicking, Liu Li folded her arms and leaned back on the chair, making a tactical leaning back. She said coldly, You are playing with fire, don't regret it later. If you dare to touch me today, I will make you stay in prison for life. Let me stay in there forever. Yes. I swear. Par tilde tilde tilde. Before Liu Li finished her words, Qin Han raised his hand and slapped her. He understands the principle of not hitting people in the face. Since you are going to hit someone, you naturally have to hit the part with the most flesh, and the buttocks are a bit low and not convenient. Good job. With this slap, the earth shook and the waves rolled. You. Snap. Qin Han slapped him again with his backhand, without mercy or hesitation. What are you talking about? Shut up. I flirted with my female colleague, didn't I, ho? I advise you to save your energy. There's no point in shouting until your throat is hoarse. Snap. Another slap. Looking at the spectacular sight of the mountains shaking and the earth trembling, Qin Han suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. He had long wanted to lash out at this great truth. The feel is several times better than imagined. Boom. Until then, the people outside the office finally came to their senses from their shock. Their heads were buzzing, their bodies were numb, their eyes were dull, and the word, fuck, was not enough to express the shock in their hearts at the moment. Qin Han, what are you doing? Liu Wenbo yelled and rushed over first, but no matter how hard he turned the doorknob, he couldn't open it. Bang, bang, bang. 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 Liu Wenbo slammed the door hard. Open the door, Qin Han, open the door for me. Security, go and call the security. What are you all still standing there for? Go and call for help. Didn't you see Qin Han molesting Boss Liu in there? In the office. Qin Han seemed unaware of the noise outside the door. He slapped her backhand and felt that it felt really good, so he couldn't help but slap back. Then, he pulled it out with his backhand. He did this over and over again for about a dozen times before he stopped. Oh, I'm high. Qin Han muttered to himself, resisting the urge to continue smoking, then reached out and took the laptop from the table. He wants to take out Liu Li's mask as well. Let's see what kind of person this cold, harsh and stern boss is in secret. Plug in the USB drive and quickly open one of the search tools. Run. While running, Qin Han opened the browser again and checked the history, favorites, and search history. There are two browsers installed on this computer, one is 360 Express and the other is Google. He looked at both of them. Nothing was gained. Everything works fine. At this time, the tool for searching hidden files has also completed the search, and nothing was found. Huh? Qin Han raised his eyebrows. So pure? Impossible. Give me the phone. He looked at Liu Li, who suddenly fell silent. Strangely enough, this woman was quite arrogant before. Not only did she tell him to get out, she also threatened to call the police and have him put her in jail for life. But after I slapped her hard a few times, she suddenly became quiet, sitting there without making any noise, so quiet that she seemed a little dazed. It seems like I was fooled by myself. Hearing Qin Han asking for his cell phone, Liu Li immediately put her hands behind her back and whispered, "Don't make a mistake, the security guards will be here soon. Stop talking nonsense and bring it to me." Qin Han pulled her up and roughly pressed her onto the desk, with her face pressed against the cold surface. He snatched the phone away. The phone screen is black and a password is required to unlock it. Of course Qin Han didn't know what the password was, but that didn't bother him. He grabbed Liu Li's right hand, spread her thumb and pressed on the phone screen. Open in seconds. Read the WeChat message first, then the photo album, and then the memo. Huh? It's normal to ride a horse. This is strange. Qin Han raised his eyebrows. Could it be that anyone can really escape the law that everyone has multiple masks? Impossible. He immediately denied this speculation. Because he always felt something was wrong. Qin Han looked at the phone in his hand again, the Huawei Mate X5 Black model, and recalled the content he had just read. Suddenly, he had an idea. Figured it out. This phone only has one WeChat account, and that's the strangest and most abnormal thing. According to common sense. Nowadays, most people, especially young people, have at least two WeChat accounts, one big and one small. The large size is for personal use, the small size is for work or other purposes. For example, flirting with girls and boys. Then Liu Li is only 3 years older than me and she is also a senior executive of the company. It is absolutely impossible that she only has one WeChat account. WeChat in Android system can be split and opened in two ways. But there was only one WeChat message on Liu Li's phone. Another possibility is that she only uses one WeChat account and logs into different accounts by switching accounts. Qin Han quickly opened WeChat again, then clicked Settings, Switch Account. It shows only one number. So, Liu Li really only has one WeChat account and usually only uses it. Is she really a person with no secrets, a person who is consistent inside and out, without any other masks? No. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. Qin Han's eyes became brighter and brighter. There was another possibility. This is a Huawei phone. Chapter 18. Stand up and let me touch it. Warwick mobile phone has a very unique feature that many people like very much. Qin Han opened the settings on his phone and scrolled down to find privacy. Click in and there is a privacy space inside. Click. After clicking, the screen flashes and a lock screen interface appears instantly, prompting you to enter a password. Seeing this, Qin Han grinned. Finally waited for you tilde. That's what I told you. How could there be people in this world who are truly consistent in what they say and do? The law of everyone has multiple masks cannot be broken. This privacy space is actually another system. You can download apps, store photos, etc. It can be used as another mobile phone. If it is the first time to use it, a turn on prompt should appear when you click privacy space. But Liu Li's phone didn't show any notification. This means that she has already started. Qin Han was overjoyed and lowered his head to grab Liu Li's hand again. Eh? He raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Why is this woman still lying on the table? I clearly wasn't pressing her anymore. Time was limited and there was no time to think too much, so he grabbed Liu Li's right hand. I just used my thumb to unlock the main system, so this subsystem definitely 1 TB unlocked with my thumb. Index finger? Open in seconds. As smart as me tilder. After unlocking the phone, Qin Han indeed saw the WeChat message. He took a quick look and found several other apps besides WeChat. Huh? Little blue bird. There is a little blue bird. Qin Han was shocked. Oh my god, is this Mr. Liu also doing a side job in private? It's so fucking magical. WTF tilder tilder tilder. And 1024 more. Qin Han's tiger body shook again, and his body was shaking a little. His right hand subconsciously supported the raised peach buttocks of Liu Li, who was still lying on the table. Boss Liu, I didn't expect that we share the same interests, har har. Qin Han made a joke and immediately flipped through the pages. Bang, bang, bang. 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 There was still knocking on the door outside. Liu Wenbo's face was red with excitement. He knocked and shouted, Qin Han, open the door quickly. Release Mr. Liu. I'm warning you, I've called the police and the security will be here soon. He held up his phone, and I recorded everything you did. The evidence is irrefutable. You can't argue with it. Har ha har ha. Zhang Pengju and Yu Yang, who were not far away, heard this. His already ugly face suddenly darkened even more. Zhang Pengju whispered, grab his phone and smash it. Yu Yang grabbed his arm and said, it's useless. Can you rob all of them? Zhang Pengju looked up and was instantly discouraged. At this moment, the place outside was in chaos. The entire project team gathered around, surrounding Liu Li's office in 3 layers. The person at the back couldn't see into the office and was even standing on a chair. Everyone was holding a mobile phone in their hands. It was so spectacular that people who didn't know would think it was some superstar who came. Make way! Make way! Get out of the way, the security is coming, the security is coming. The crowd suddenly dispersed, and 5 or 6 security guards rushed in with electric batons, shields, and large forks. Liu Wenbo, who was standing at the door, was overjoyed when he saw this and said excitedly, quick! Break the door and save Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu has been held hostage. The security guards also saw the situation inside and recognized who was inside. It turned out to be the iceberg goddess Liu. Oh my god, this brother is so fierce tilder. Boom! Crack, crack. The glass door shattered. Qin Han didn't even look at it. He continued to look at Liu Li's phone intently, carefully writing down the IDs of various software. Qin Han. You've been surrounded, let go of Mr. Liu. Har. Qin Han finally looked up at the door and said to Liu Wenbo, who rushed in with the security guards, idiot. Then he took out his cell phone, and the screen was still counting the time. 17:49. Go back 18 minutes. As the command was issued, the scene in front of me blurred and became detached. Huh tilder. Qin Han shook his head slightly, exhaled a breath, then looked at Liu Li, who was sitting in the boss chair with her arms folded across her chest, looking at him coldly. Then he turned his head and looked outside again. Everyone in the project team stretched their necks to look here. Qin Han walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with a smile, and quickly pulled the rope of the blinds down. Instantly isolate the inside and outside of the office. He turned and walked towards Liu Li, and sat down on her desk. Snap. Qin Han. Stand up right there. I wanted to talk to you, but now it seems unnecessary. Now please get out of here, pack up your things and leave. Right now. Right now. Liu Li's eyebrows were raised, her face was full of anger, and her expression and words were exactly the same as before. Qin Han smiled brightly and said slowly, hey. My dear President Liu, are you wearing grey stockings today? It's still glass grey silk. Not bad, not bad. I like this one. It's not only thin, but also looks shiny. Most importantly, it feels good. A double enjoyment of visual and tactile sensations. Come on, stand up and let me touch you tilder. Liu Li opened her eyes wide in shock, she suspected she was hallucinating. How dare he? Is he crazy? Or are you just not going to do it at all, so you are fearless and expose your bad nature? Several thoughts flashed through her mind quickly, and then she took a deep breath, narrowed her eyes, and looked cold. Get out, or I'll call the police. How to roll? How about you show me how to do it? Qin Han asked with a smile. Liu Li glanced at him coldly, stopped talking nonsense, picked up the phone and was about to dial. Qin Han didn't try to take it away, and said with a smile, "Boss Liu, you like crawling on the ground, don't you? What's wrong with me asking you to get out of here? You are too stingy." Bang. The phone fell and bounced on the table several times before it stopped. Liu Li's eyes flickered rapidly, and her breasts rose and fell. "I don't know what you are talking about, get out." Qin Han stood up and said, "Then I'm really leaving. Don't regret it." Liu Li opened her red lips and said, "Get lost." "Hey?" Qin Han smiled. "This woman is so steady. Do you think I'm bluffing you? Then let me shatter your lucky mentality." Qin Han raised his chin and looked straight at the big D with a concerned look on his face. "Does it still hurt?" This time, Liu Li's expression changed completely. She looked flustered but still tried to remain calm. I don't know what you are talking about." "Har har, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Qin Han smacked his lips repeatedly. TSK, you are so cruel. Not only did you not take good care of such a precious pair of rare treasures, but you even burned them with candles. What a fucking waste of resources." Qin Han slammed the table and said, "Let me do it next time." Boom. Liu Li's mind exploded instantly, her whole body went numb, and she looked at Qin Han with horror. Chapter 19. Some people just deserve a beating. Tilde. Liu Li's face turned pale, without a trace of blood. She looked at Qin Han in horror, her mind full of question marks. How could he know? How could he know? Oh my god. What should I do if he finds out? Thinking about her privacy being exposed, Liu Li felt cold all over and her back was instantly wet. I can't live like a human being anymore. I no longer have a place in the company, and I don't even have the chance to work in this field anymore. Facing Liu Li's questions, Qin Han didn't answer and just looked at her with a smile. Seeing her pale face, flickering eyes and flustered expression, he felt so relieved in his heart that it was indescribable. In Liu Li's case, the golden rule that everyone has multiple masks was once again powerfully verified. The secret Qin Han discovered in the subsystem of Liu Li's mobile phone is far more ferocious than the secret of Li Zhishan he discovered yesterday. Yes, it is fierce. He never expected that Liu Li, who was usually arrogant and cold and never spoke to anyone, actually had this disease in private. But even so, Qin Han still found out tilde. How on earth did you know that? After the initial shock and panic, Liu Li quickly calmed down. She had to figure something out as soon as possible. It seemed that he could see what she was thinking. Qin Han said with a smile, "Don't worry, I am the only one who knows about this so far. After all, you hid it very well, didn't you? You are indeed an internet expert, you are very good at using subsystems and hacking." Hearing this, Liu Li instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He was the only one who knew that the situation was still under control and not particularly bad. As for the following teasing, she simply ignored it. After thinking about it, Liu Li looked at Qin Han coldly. "Tell me, how did you know this? Keep this secret, you can name a price. Make an offer." Har 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 har. Qin Han was amused and jokingly said, "How much do you plan to pay? Tell me first, and I'll see if you are sincere." Liu Li bit her red lips. 100,000. Har. 100,000. No way, Mr. Liu, your privacy is only worth 100,000. Qin Han pretended to be exaggerated and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about anything else. How much is your annual salary at Leo? If I reveal this explosive news, who would have thought that the usually high and mighty goddess Liu would actually want to find a master? Do you still have the nerve to stay in the company?" Liu Li's cheeks twitched and her face changed from red to white. She clenched her fists. "Then how much do you want? Just name your price. But I warn you in advance, don't ask for too much. At worst, we'll both die together." The smile on Qin Han's face disappeared immediately. "It's a fight to the death, right?" "That's right." Liu Li straightened her back and stared at him coldly. Snap. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Han slapped him in the face. The mountains are shaking and the earth is trembling. Now Qin Han also understood why Liu Li did not dodge or avoid him but just sat there without saying a word after he slapped her dozens of times. Later, I pushed her onto the table and she did not resist. I didn't press it myself, but she still couldn't get up. How could this be called being beaten stupid by myself? Clearly. Then. At this moment, Qin Han slapped him once and then slapped him again with his backhand. You dare to hit me? Liu Li was shocked and angry. She glared at Qin Han fiercely and answered her with. Qin and Han remained unmoved and continued to export. But I didn't expect Liu Li to lie down on the table and start crying. Woo 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 woo. Woo 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 woo. Qin Han was dumbfounded. Narni? How can I still cry? What should I do? He's a little bit numb tilde. Woo 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 woo. Liu Li was still lying on the table, crying with her head buried in her chest, her shoulders shaking as she cried, and she looked very sad. Well. Qin Han scratched his head and laughed dryly. Well, stop crying. Weren't you quite fierce just now, ready to fight me to the death? Where was your aura at that time? It would have been fine if she hadn't said this, but once she did, Liu Li cried even more sadly. Woo. Qin Han felt a little upset when he heard this, but he was not afraid of being heard by outsiders. He still has dozens of minutes of retreat time today, enough to deal with any situation. He simply hates crying. What is the use of crying? Can it solve the problem? Cry, cry, cry as much as you can. Qin Han shouted in a low voice, shut up. If you keep crying, I will beat you again, believe it or not. Woo. Liu Li's crying stopped abruptly. She sat up suddenly, clasped her arms, and whispered, don't hit me yet. It hurts too much. Chapter 20, Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu conquered the stupid woman. Qin Han found that Liu Li was even more beautiful now. Or rather, it tastes better. That delicate and cold face was now covered with traces of tears, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. This pitiful expression and her cold and beautiful face instantly formed a huge contrast. The greater the contrast, the more amazing it is. Qin Han secretly admired what he saw, saying that this woman was really born with a good appearance. Huh? Suddenly, he had an idea. What did you say? I was asking you a question, what did you just say? Liu Li frowned and recalled, I told you to stop fighting. Wrong. Qin Han said seriously with a serious face, you said first, stop fighting. Liu Li was speechless for a moment, and her already rosy face became even more rosy. Har har. Qin Han laughed and reached out to touch Liu Li's face. She didn't hide and just looked at her quietly until Qin Han's hand touched her. Liu Li's body trembled slightly. Did it hurt you just now? Qin Han's voice became gentle. Tilde. Liu Li responded softly, and then her face moved twice, as if she was rubbing Qin Han's palm. Seeing this, Qin Han was immediately delighted. So smooth. As soon as joy filled his heart, he felt his hand being hit to the side. Liu Li stood up suddenly and ran to the door in a few steps like a rabbit. Because she moved so fast, one of her high heels fell off. She stood at the door, holding the door handle with one hand, looking at Qin Han vigilantly. Don't be so presumptuous. If you dare to do it again, I will call for help immediately. Oh. Qin Han smacked his lips a few times, feeling a little disappointed. I thought I surrendered. I didn't expect it was a trick. This woman is really tough enough too. That doesn't matter. There is plenty of time. I can train you slowly in the future. Qin Han looked at Liu Li with a smile and teased, are you really not afraid that I will expose your explosive secrets? Are you willing to give up the high-paying job you worked so hard for? A trace of struggle flashed across Liu Li's face, and then she sneered, what can I do if I'm reluctant? At worst, I can just quit this industry. What can you get? Qin Han, if you tell my secret to others, not only will you gain nothing, I will also sue you and make you bear legal responsibility. If you don't believe me, just try it. Damn it, he is threatening me again. Qin Han was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he immediately wanted to pin her down and beat her up again. This woman deserves a beating. You don't mess around. Liu Li noticed that Qin Han's face turned cold, and immediately unlocked the door with a vigilant look on her face. Qin Han said calmly, I hate it most when others threaten me. Yes, I'm sorry. After hesitating for a while, Liu Li actually apologized. Although her tone was still cold, she did apologize. Qin Han's unhappiness finally subsided a little. Liu Li looked at him and said, Qin Han, then you name a price. As long as the price is right, I will agree to it. No, I don't want money. Qin Han shook his head. Liu Li's expression instantly turned ugly again, and her voice turned cold. Don't even think about threatening me to do anything. I swear. I will never agree to any of your conditions. He. Qin Han stood up and Liu Li stepped back. What are you doing? Qin Han, if you dare to come over here I will call for help. Idiot. What did you scold me for? I say, woman, are you out of your mind? You won't let me go back to work. Qin Han walked towards the door with a smile and picked up the high heels on the ground. He picked up the high heels with his fingers. Boss Liu, are you going to run out barefoot? Let everyone admire your silk stockings and jade feet, right? Throw your shoes to me. Why should I listen to you? Come here and I'll give them to you. Impossible. Qin Han shook his phone and said, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something. Liu Li's body stiffened, alarm bells rang in her heart. Qin Han said with a smile, the process of me serving you just now was accidentally filmed, and of course your expression of enjoyment was also filmed. Even a blind man would know what's going on. Boss Liu, judging from the video, you really enjoy it and like it very much tilde. Besides, this is also evidence. Otherwise, it would be hard for others to believe it just based on those posts on the forum. Now everyone will definitely get to know a new and real Mr. Liu. Liu Li's eyes were spitting fire. Looking at the phone in Qin Han's hand, his eyes flickered. Mr. Liu, don't waste your energy. It's useless even if you take my phone. The video was backed up this morning. You must understand this. Qin Han said calmly. Then, he waved. Come over. What do you want to do? Here are your shoes, stupid woman. Why don't you just throw it over here? Qin Han suddenly had no expression on his face. I'll say it one last time. I don't know why. Liu Li was suddenly very afraid of his expression. Come over. After hesitating for 3 or 4 seconds, Liu Li walked over slowly and stood 2 meters away from Qin Han. You give it to me. Sit on the sofa over there. After hesitating for a few seconds again, Liu Li walked to the sofa and sat down. Qin Han followed closely behind her, squatted down in front of her, and grabbed her right foot. What are you doing? Shut up. This glass grey stocking is of good quality. It feels very smooth in the hand and is very thin. You can see the blue veins on the feet and the burgundy nails through the stockings. It is light and soft and silky. It feels great. Qin Han put on her high heels casually, then stood up and walked towards the door. Liu Li was very surprised. She never expected Qin Han to put shoes on her. He was so fierce just now, but now he has become so caring and gentle. She actually felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Seeing Qin Han was about to go out, her heart tightened. Where are you going? Go to work, stupid woman. Qin Han replied casually, then opened the door and walked out. Seeing him walk away without looking back, Liu Li felt a sense of loss, and then a strong sense of irritation surged in her heart. Hateful. How can I make him keep this secret? She paced back and forth in the office, feeling anxious. The feeling of having a Damocles sword hanging over her head almost drove her crazy. It was too uncomfortable. Buzz. The phone on the table vibrated. Liu Li was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked over to pick up her phone, and saw a notification bar prompting someone to add her as a WeChat friend. Qin Emperor and Han Emperor. The WeChat avatar is a green jade seal. She instantly realized that this must be Qin Han. Click, agree, to add friends. Qin Huang Danwu, perform well, dear Mr. Liu. Liu Li? Qin Huang and Han Wu, stupid woman. Whether I can keep a secret for you depends on your performance. Liu Li took a deep breath and bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Chapter 21, She and I Can't Tell Each Other. Tilde. Qin Han came out of the office. Everyone in the project team raised their heads and looked over here in unison, each with a look of curiosity on their face. Brother Qin, what's the result? What did President Liu say? Zhang Penju spoke immediately. Yu Yang was waiting at Qin Han's workstation. When he saw him come out, he stood up and winked at Zhang Penju. Shall we talk outside? Need not. Qin Han pulled out a chair and sat down. It's nothing shameful. It's nothing. He looked around. Hey? Where's my milk tea? Here it is, Brother Qin. I was the first one to rush over and get it. First come first served. Zhang Pengju, who was standing next to him, took a cup of modu sauzi from behind the green radish on the table. There was a layer of fine water droplets on the surface of the cup. Damn it, it's a waste if you don't drink it. As he said this, he glanced at Liu Wenbo with disdain. Qin Han took it and drank a few sips happily. That's true, but you should keep your voice down. After all, you should be grateful to the person who brought you the food. TSK. Zhang Pengju curled his lips. Yu Yang whispered, Man, what's going on? If I fire you, I have to talk about compensation. He. Compensation. Liu Wenbo looked over with a sinister look on his face. What the hell do you want? It's good enough that the company didn't deduct his salary, but he still wants compensation. What kind of compensation is that? Yu Yang's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Qin Han with some concern. Zhang Pengju pointed at Liu Wenbo and said, Get out of here. Watch out or I'll hit you. Pause. He added, Drink your milk tea, I will still beat you up. Qin Han was amused and waved his hand. Stop making noise, it's affecting everyone's work. I'm really fine, I'm fine. Who said I was fired? Has the Human Resources Department sent out a notice? Liu Wenbo said coldly, still pretending to be a bitch. You're just pretending to be a bitch, right? It's almost noon and we're going to get off work soon. The HR department will definitely issue a notice this afternoon. What if there is no notice in the afternoon? Qin Han asked with a smile. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Liu Wenbo said firmly. Qin Han smiled and said, If the notice is not issued in the afternoon, will you treat everyone to a cup of coffee? Don't even think about it. Liu Wenbo's face twitched. Why should I treat you? Why don't you treat everyone? Sure, if the HR department issues a notice to fire me this afternoon, I'll treat everyone to drinks and dessert. Humph. Then I won't bet either. Liu Wenbo snorted coldly and said bitterly, Even if there is no notice this afternoon, there will definitely be one tomorrow. Qin Han, you absolutely cannot stay in this company, don't even think about it. If you don't dare to gamble, don't talk to me. You are not worthy. Qin Han curled his lips and was too lazy to pay any more attention. Turning around, I saw Yu Yang was still there. Go away, go back to your workstation. Why are you hanging around here with me? Man, are you really okay? Nonsense. I'm not panicking, why are you panicking? That's right. Yu Yang chuckled, then grabbed his arm and said, Let's go eat and celebrate. This is a good idea. Brother Qin has to treat us today. Those who survive a disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. Zhang Pengju responded immediately. Then let's go. Let's have some food. Seeing that it was already 11:55, Qin Han agreed. Since you promised to treat me. Qin Han was about to find a nice restaurant to have a meal, but was stopped by Yu Yang and Zhang Pengju, who said that they could just eat somewhere near the company. Seeing their firm attitude, Qin Han had no choice but to give up. I just made a fortune, and you guys didn't want to eat. It's not that I didn't treat you. Don't regret it later. How much wealth? A huge fortune. TSK. I don't believe you. Qin Han was too lazy to say more, and he had no other words to say, so he just found a Sichuan restaurant and the three of them went in. They had 6 dishes and 3 bottles of beer. Just eat. Yu Yang and Zhang Pengju were very curious about how Qin Han talked with Liu Li and why everything went smoothly. While eating, I repeatedly asked how they did it. In this regard, Qin Han said mysteriously, That's because Mr. Liu and I have a secret relationship. What's the relationship? It's something I can't tell anyone. Depend on. After finishing their meal, the three of them staggered back to the company. Since Qin Han seemed to be really fine and could eat and drink during meals, Yu Yang and Zhang Pengju felt relieved. As soon as I returned to my workstation and put down my chair, I prepared to take a nap. Qin Han was not sleepy at all. He slept until after 10 o'clock in the morning. I put the chair down, lay back, opened JD.com and prepared to go shopping. As soon as I opened JD.com, a message popped up in the notification bar. Liu Lipao, come to my office. This Liu Lipao is Liu Li, the screen name of the WeChat in her mobile phone subsystem. No one would have thought that the usually cold and arrogant Ms. Liu would actually have such a cute screen name. Qin Han clicked on it and replied, "Just tell me what you want to say. I just finished my meal and I'm too lazy to move." Seeing this reply, Liu Li was so angry that her liver hurt. Ever since Qin Han left her office, she had been feeling very nervous and in a terrible mood. "I didn't even have lunch, I have no appetite at all." She kept waiting in the office for a long time before finally waiting for Qin Han to come back. Now she asked him to come over, but he didn't come. Liu Li's temples were throbbing and she secretly told herself to stay calm. "How do you know that?" This was a no-brainer, but Qin Han understood it immediately and replied, "This is a secret of heaven, it cannot be leaked." "Qin Han, I always thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Watch your words. If you make me unhappy, you know the consequences." Liu Li's eyes flickered as she thought of what happened in the morning. 2 hours had passed and she was still feeling pain. At noon she checked in the mirror and saw that her entire body was swollen and red. At this time, 2 more messages were sent on WeChat. "Send me a job change notice and arrange an easy job for me, or I can be your assistant. That's it. It's up to you. HMPH. Don't even think about it." Liu Li typed these words without thinking, and then deleted them immediately. After thinking about it, she replied, "I arranged it for you, will you keep it a secret for me? Do you have the capital to bargain with me?" Qin Han asked back. Liu Li was silent. Qin Han sent another message, "I've already told you to just wait and see, stupid woman. I like obedient women, do you understand?" Liu Li turned off her phone directly. Boom boom boom. Bang 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 bang. She waved her little fists and beat the pillow desperately, cursing in a low voice, "You are the stupid woman, you are the stupid woman. You are scum. You beast. Scum." Buzz. The phone vibrated, and the screen lit up, saying, "Are you scolding me?" Liu Li's body froze, and she raised her head in horror and looked around quickly, checking for any suspicious places. Did he install cameras in his office? Chapter 22 Men's Dream ROG Raptor 4090D. Chapter 22 Man's Dream ROG Raptor 4090D. I chatted with Liu Li casually for a few words. Qin Han opened JD.com again, searched for 4090 graphics card, and then went directly to the Huashuo JD.com self-operated store. ROG Raptor 4090D, 17,709 yuan. Place your order. Payment successful. Seeing that the payment was successful, Qin Han suddenly felt a strong sense of pleasure in his heart. Damn, I finally got what I wanted. In the past, I could only look at this shit, read other people's reviews, and drool at the awesome performance. I don't dare to buy it, and I guess I will never dare to buy it in this lifetime. Because it's really too expensive. It's just a broken graphics card, but it costs less than 20,000 yuan. He is just an ordinary cow and horse, with a monthly salary of 1.5 W. How could he dare to expect this? I work so hard for a month and still can't afford a graphics card. Speaking of which, it's quite ironic. I don't know whether I should blame my low income or the fact that this graphics card is too expensive. Now that I have the system, a graphics card worth 20,000 yuan is nothing. With a happy mood, Qin Han searched for CPU again and clicked into Intel's official flagship store, but there was nothing good to choose from. 14th generation Core CPU processor i9-14900KS, Huashuo ROG Z790 Formula D5 motherboard. 11,649.8 yuan. Place your order. Payment successful. Ouch. Qin Han felt better. This was something he had never been able to obtain before, but now he had achieved his wish and felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Next, he bought a solid-state drive, memory stick, radiator, power supply, chassis, etc. Just buy the best, prices are nothing. The cost of a host and its supporting equipment was more than 40,000 yuan. The host configuration is as follows. CPU Intel i9-14900KS. Motherboard Huashuo ROG Z790 Formula D5. Graphics card, Huashuo ROG Raptor 4090D. Memory, G.Skill Trident 8000 MHz 24G2. Hard drive Kingston Fury Flagship PCIe 4.0 for terabytes. Power supply Huashuo ROG ThunderGod 1200W. Chassis Huashuo ROG Genesis 2. Heat dissipation Huashua Rog Dragon God 363rd generation. Total, 45,892 yuan. The configuration of this host is considered to be the top of the DIY hosts on the market, and its performance is maximized. Invincible. After buying the host, Qin Han also bought a Harman Kardon Bluetooth speaker, a ROG Ranger keyboard and mouse set, and a ROG 32-inch 4K240HZ monitor. Another 13,599 yuan. Their main reason is that the display screen is expensive, 9,239 yuan. After buying these, Qin Han took a look. Oh my god, the 50,000 yuan I just received yesterday is all gone, and I still have to pay out more than 8,000 yuan. Back to before liberation tilde. Qin Han was lying on a chair, checking his orders, thinking that he had to make money in the evening, big money. 2 p.m. Everyone in the project team entered the working state, except Qin Han, who was still lying on the chair and sleeping soundly. Zhang Penju next to him gently pushed him. Brother Qin, Brother Qin. Qin Han opened his eyes slightly. He had just fallen asleep and was woken up. It's time to go to work, why are you still sleeping? It's okay, just do your thing and don't worry about me. Zhang Penju turned his head away worriedly. But Qin Han closed his eyes again, but he couldn't fall asleep for a long time and had no desire to sleep at all. He had no choice but to sit up. It is impossible to work naturally. Since he got the system, it will never work again in his life. Open the browser and log into the Steam account. Find Black Myth, Wukong. Buy. The digital deluxe edition is 328 yuan. Payment successful. After the purchase was successful, he started downloading directly. This game has been very popular recently. It is a 3A masterpiece that game science spent for years to create. He has wanted to play it for a long time, but it has not been released yet. Today, August 20th, I finally waited for it to be officially launched. That console is specially equipped for this game. I didn't have the conditions before, but now I have enough money, so I naturally have to get the best. The expansion pack is very large, weighing hundreds of gigabytes. Qin Han's computer's download speed is only 5 MB per second. It seems that I can't play today. After downloading, I have to decompress it, which will take several hours. Waiting for downloads is boring. He opened his phone and fiddled with it for a while before finally installing their 1024 app. Since he usually visits Little Bluebird, he doesn't have 1024 on his phone. Sometimes, even if he wants to go online, he just goes to their web version. After installation, he searched through their posts in the forum, but couldn't find a little stray dog after searching for a long time. That's right. Liu Li's forum ID of 1024 is a little stray dog. The contrast is off the charts. If people in the company knew this nickname, they would definitely be shocked. Can't find it. Search. Qin Han has always been a visitor and does not have a forum account, so he can only watch but not search or comment. Smiling, he closed the app. In fact, there is no need to search. Even if you search for this account, the posts under her will definitely be gone, or the account has been cancelled. Liu Li wouldn't be so stupid as to remain indifferent and do nothing. This is not in line with her IQ. I'm afraid that the moment I leave her office, she will immediately delete the post and cancel her account. Qin Han spent the whole afternoon slacking off. He was playing games and watching videos, looking extremely leisurely. The key point was that he was doing it openly and without hiding anything. This made Zhang Penju next to him extremely envious. Not only is he envious, but others are jealous too. Liu Wenbo has been paying attention to Qin Han's movements. By 5 p.m., there had been no notification from the Human Resources Department. And when he saw Qin Han lying on the chair playing games, he couldn't stand it even more. Liu Wenbo suddenly stood up and strode towards Liu Li's office. When he reached the door, he calmed himself down, adjusted his expression, and then started knocking on the door. Enter. Their voice was cold and without any emotion. Liu Wenbo opened the door and walked in with a serious face. Liu Wenbo's actions attracted the attention of many people, especially those in the technical department. They all looked up. When he entered the office, everyone looked at Qin Han again. Qin Han didn't even raise his head, not caring at all. He was replying to a message when the outsourcing contact suddenly asked, "Hello, is it convenient for us to meet?" This made Qin Han a little surprised. What was the purpose of the meeting? Are there any other questions? If there are any areas that need to be modified, please write a document and send it to me. I will optimize it for you as soon as possible. No problem, it's perfect. Our leader is very satisfied. This is the final payment. Happy cooperation. The other party transferred 20,000 yuan. This immediately made Qin Han feel very confused. The final payment had been paid, so it seemed that there was really no problem. Then why do you want to meet me? Kidney? Bullshit. Just as Qin Han was thinking about it, the door of Liu Li's office opened with a click, and he turned his head to take a look. Liu Wenbo came out with a frown on his face, his hands clenched into fists, and he seemed very angry. Het tilder. Qin Han sneered and lowered his head to continue looking at his phone. There is no doubt that this idiot went in to complain about himself and ask why he was not fired. Then Liu Li confronted her. Liu Wenbo, filled with anger and indignation, sat down heavily on the chair without even taking a breath. Buzz. The phone vibrates. Dear, what's going on now? Has Qin Han been fired? Please send me the video of him getting kicked out in a panic. Liu Wenbo's face suddenly turned red. Chapter 23. Make big money tonight. Now that the final payment has been made. That means this order has been successfully completed, and Qin Han doesn't want any follow-up, including continuing to outsource. But the other party said that the cooperation was very pleasant and wanted to treat Qin Han to a meal. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Han still agreed and said he was free tomorrow. Because the price offered by this outsourcing party is very fair, even generous. Qin Han was given 30,000 yuan to make a small program for user survey. The deposit is 10,000 and the balance is 20,000. This type of business. The market price is generally around 10,000 yuan. If you find a customized template on an e-commerce platform, the price will be cheaper and you can get it done with just a few thousand yuan. But there are so many bugs that it may crash at any time. In addition, the other party was very prompt in making both payments and did not engage in any behavior of lowering the price or delaying payment. Qin Han still had a good impression of this, so he accepted the other party's invitation to meet. We agreed on the time and place to meet tomorrow, and it was soon 6 o'clock. Turn off the phone and go home. Seeing Qin Han was about to leave, Zhang Pengju asked in a low voice, leaving now? Nonsense, you're not leaving after get off work. I'd feel like I'm losing out if I stayed in the company for one more minute after get off work. Qin Han said indifferently. You're awesome. You're not leaving. We need to work overtime. The demo package needs to be released ahead of time. You know that. Okay, come on, young man. Patting Zhang Pengju on the shoulder, Qin Han stood up and left leisurely, becoming the most handsome guy in the entire office area. Fried chicken for dinner? As soon as he got in the car, Qin Han received a message on WeChat. The sender was a person with a tiger head avatar. He immediately grinned and replied, "Thank you for the invitation. I have landed." Nonsense, I'd rather believe that I'm Qin Shi Huang than believe that I'm Qin Shi Huang. Stop nagging me, are you off work yet? Where did you go on the weekend? There's a new restaurant called Shiwu that has a lot of delicious food. I'll treat you. This Lao Hutu is Qin Han's classmate and friend of many years. The two used to be neighbors, and they started playing together when they were naked, standing on bricks every day to see who could pee father. Now Lu Hu is also hanging out in Shanghai. Like him, he likes young ladies and is interested in poverty alleviation. If both of them are free, they will often make plans to go out together. Qin Han replied, I'm off work, but I'm not free today, so you can strike out on your own. Those dishes of Shiwu are no longer worthy of me. Don't pull a few downs. Stick your butt out and poop expression. Qin Han smiled and didn't reply. But after a while, Lu Hu sent another message. Wow. I'm serious. Damn, I'm treating you, are you going or not? Qin Han replied, didn't I tell you that I really don't have time? What are you doing? Get rich. Go get rich. Fuck. I wish you become a billionaire. After saying this, Lu Hu disappeared completely. The luxury car just arrived at the destination. Qin Han paid the order and got out through the door that the driver had already opened. This Mercedes-Benz S600. It is comfortable to sit there, and the Burmester sound is quite powerful, which gives you the ultimate comfort. Of course, the price is quite high. More than 17 kilometers, 135 yuan. Boys should be nicer to themselves, especially boys who have a system. So, Qin Han entered the Michelin list. The dishes in Michelin restaurants have always been known for their high quality, but Qin Han was short of money before, and he had never eaten at a 3-star Michelin restaurant. It can be said that one has only heard of it but never tasted it. Now that I have both free time and money, I naturally have to make up for all my previous regrets one by one. After entering, I didn't ask for a private room, so I just found a good seat in the lobby. Stir-fried lobster with 3 green onions, stir-fried wagyu beef with black pepper and wild mushrooms, golden shrimp balls, baked stuffed crab shells, Tanger salt-flavored chicken, and swan laver pastry. 6 dishes, 1,318 yuan. Just a simple meal. After eating and drinking his fill, and enjoying the post-meal desserts provided by the restaurant, Qin Han got up and left. 9:20 p.m. Qin Han was sitting on a shared bicycle outside a lottery shop, watching the live broadcast of sports lottery on his mobile phone. Why watch sports lottery live? Because sports lottery is short, it is easy for him to operate. The sales deadline for all sports lottery games, including Super Lotto, 7-star lottery, Arrangement 3, Arrangement 5, etc., is 9 p.m. on the day of the current prize draw. The lottery draw time is 21:25 on the current lottery day. Here comes the point, the deadline for ticket issuance and the prize drawing is 25 minutes apart. So what about welfare lottery? The current prize draw date for double color ball and 7-color ball is 8 p.m. The current prize draw date for 3D and 22 choose 5 is 20:30. The lottery draw time is 21:15 on the current lottery day. Huh? The cutoff time for issuing tickets and the time for drawing prizes for the double color ball and 7-color ball lottery differs by 75 minutes. That's right. That's 75 minutes. In comparison, sports lottery is more conscientious, and the prize is drawn in 25 minutes. So, why does the lottery take so long to announce? Naturally, this is to test the lottery machine, check each lottery ball, set up cameras, and have notaries conduct strict inspections, etc. Make sure the results of this lottery draw are fair, open, and just. Tilde. After a rough study, Qin Han decisively chose sports lottery. He felt that he was not lucky enough to get the free lottery tickets. At 9:25, the lottery drawing officially started in the live broadcast room of the sports lottery. Cute little balls rolled out one after another after being shaken continuously. 14. 12. 19. Looking at the little ball rolling out, Qin Han couldn't help but breathe faster. These are not small balls at all, they are clearly golden boys that bring wealth, okay? The lottery draw is actually very quick, with one ball taking less than a minute on average. At 21:31, the winning numbers are released. 0, 7, 11, 12, 14, 19, 0, 2, 0, 8. There are 6 first prizes in this issue, and the prize for each prize is 10 million yuan. There are 112 second prizes, and each prize is 148,425 yuan. There are 176 third prizes, and each prize is 10,000 yuan. Fourth prize. Qin Han no longer had the heart to listen to what the notary said. All he could think about was that long string of zeros. Rewind 40 minutes. The light and shadows were blurred and the world was spinning. Shaking his head slightly, the uncomfortable feeling in his head slowly disappeared, and Qin Han glanced at his phone. 20:51. There are still a full 9 minutes before ticket issuance stops, which is enough time to deal with any unexpected situation. For example, queuing, slow computer internet speed, or the boss suddenly having to pee. Qin Han turned around and strode into the lottery shop behind him. There were indeed customers in the shop, quite a few of them, 2 old men, a middle-aged couple, and 2 young people. Since he had plenty of time, he was not in a hurry. I found a pen and paper on the table in the store and started writing numbers. Boss, buy 50 bets for each of the 3 sets of numbers above. Qin Han shook his phone and said, 300 yuan has been paid. Just 150 bets, the lottery owner is already used to it, it's not a lot. He had seen even more outrageous cases, where someone bought 50,000 tickets and won 200 million. Okay, I'll give you a ticket right away. The boss took the paper and clacked on the keyboard. Handsome guy, take a look, is this correct? Qin Han took a few glances and found that the numbers and notes were the same as he had written. That's right. Good. The boss hit enter, and the printer started to spit out paper. Chapter 24 Director, You Can't Beat Me. Young people nowadays are very generous when they act. When Qin Han left with the lottery ticket, an old man sighed, TSK, TSK, I spent 300 yuan on it. The boss joked, come on, Zhang, all the lottery tickets you've bought over the years can buy you a car. How is that possible? I didn't buy that much. The old man waved his hands to deny it. The boss asked back, is a Wuling Mini okay? Oh. The old man touched his sparse hair and stopped talking. The boss laughed and said, young people are just trying to have fun. They bought 300 today, but I guess they won't buy it again in the future. That's true. The old man was a little proud and laughed, not everyone can be like me, insisting on jumping into the pit for decades, har ha ha ha. While we were chatting and laughing, the deadline for issuing tickets arrived. After buying the lottery ticket, Qin Han went straight to the rental house. This lottery shop was not far from where he lived, and of course it was not the same shop where he bought scratch tickets before. The owner of that shop already had an impression of him. It only takes a few minutes to get there by car, about 3 or 4 kilometers away. When he got home, the time was just right. He turned on his mobile phone and skillfully entered the sports lottery live broadcast room, waiting for the prize draw. 21:25. The exciting moment is coming. The first ball rolled out of the hole slowly after a while. Qin Han opened his eyes wide and held his breath. The ball stopped rolling and revealed its true appearance. 14. Yeah. Qin Han couldn't help but cheer out loud. This first ball was exactly the same as the one he had just seen, with no changes. In other words, he has won a number. Amid his cheers, the second ball also rolled out. 1-2. 12. Dry. Qin Han cheered again. Another one hit. 19. 07. 11. Soon, 3 more numbers came out. Qin Han's face turned red with excitement, and the hair on his arms stood up. These 3 numbers are all correct. 5 numbers have been won so far. It all depends on the remaining 2. If they match up. Qin Han's heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of his throat. As he waited eagerly, the lottery machine in the live broadcast room slowly spit out a ball. 02. Spit out another ball. Bang. Qin Han pounded the bed hard, extremely excited. Another one hit. There is only one left. If this ball also wins, the $1 billion jackpot will be mine. Suddenly, he became a billionaire tilde. In the live broadcast room. Crash tilde crash tilde tilde tilde. The balls were rolling up and down, left and right, and suddenly one ball fell down and slowly rolled out from the exit. Qin Han opened his eyes wide, concentrated, held his breath, and his heart beat faster and faster, almost reaching his throat. 01. Qin Han was stunned, and a numbness went from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Holy crap! How is this possible? Nimarbo O. Shouldn't it be 08? How did this become 01? It's impossible to remember it wrong. There is absolutely no way I could remember it wrong. Qin Han dared to swear to heaven that he saw it clearly and remembered it clearly. The last number was 08. There are only 7 numbers in total, there is no way he could have remembered them wrong. What's more, this is a vital matter for making a fortune. There is only one possibility. The director intervenes to protect the prize pool. Damn it. What the hell? Qin Han cursed loudly, then took out the lottery ticket and checked it. He just bought 3 sets of numbers, 50 bets each, which are 07, 11, 12, 14, 19, 02, 08. 07, 11, 12, 14, 19, 11, 16. 07, 11, 12, 02, 19, 02, 08. The winning numbers are now 07, 11, 12, 14, 19, 02, 01. The first prize is gone. There were second prizes, with 50 winning tickets. There was also a third prize, and 50 bets were won. There was also a fourth prize, and 50 bets were won. It's a pity that all these added up don't amount to much money, at most only a few million. Not even the first prize. Qin Han subconsciously wanted to rewind time and place his bet again, but he quickly gave up the idea. It's useless. Facts have proven that we cannot defeat the director. Even if you go back in time and place your bet again, the numbers will still change when the prize is announced. So, it's pointless. In addition, now the duration is not enough. It's already 9:35. The service was shut down at 9 o'clock. Plus, we need to ask the boss to issue a ticket, so we have to go back 40 minutes at least. The remaining duration for today is only 35 minutes and 40 seconds. After thinking it over again, Qin Han sighed deeply. The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. I don't know how they did it by buying 50,000 bets on the same number and winning over 200 million without paying taxes. He is truly a god tilder tilder. Qin Han opened the calculator on his phone and started calculating. The second prize is 148,425 yuan per ticket. The third prize is worth 10,000 yuan per ticket. The fourth prize is worth 3,000 yuan per ticket. He won 50 bets, so the total amount was 7,571,300 yuan. After deducting 20% tax, the actual amount received is only 6,057,040 yuan. All right. After working hard for a whole night, I earned 600 W. If you change your mindset and think about it, it's actually not that bad. It's just the director deserves to die. This night, Qin Han went to bed very late. His brain was extremely active as he lay in bed, imagining what kind of life he would live after receiving the award. Or how to live. 600 W is just the beginning. With the system, he can earn many 600 W in the future. He thought a lot. To sum it up, it can be summed up in one sentence. Eat the best, play the best, live the best, do the best, let yourself go and live your life to the fullest. I used to live a very frustrating life, without any dignity and happiness. The next day, Qin Han got up early in the morning, washed up, and went out with a bag on his back. Because he was too excited, he had no interest in eating breakfast and just found a breakfast shop near the community to eat something. 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. $10. It's just so, another meal. After breakfast, he called an online taxi to the vicinity of the sports lottery center. After getting off the bus, walked there. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning when he arrived at the sports lottery center. He had already put on a hat, mask, and sunglasses. The doorman was well informed. When she saw how he was dressed, she asked in a low voice, "Are you here to receive the award?" Qin Han said nothing and nodded. "What prize?" Qin Han stretched out his hands. "Hundreds of thousands." The guard's face suddenly showed a deep envy. "Then come in and wait, it will take a while before work starts." Pause. He reminded again, "Are you wearing a hood?" "I have a hood and a mask here, do you want to see it?" "You can also buy one and wear it when the time comes, it will be more confidential." Qin Han. Out of curiosity, he asked about the price. Wow, this honest-looking guy actually sold an Ultraman mask for 1,000. The headgear is more expensive, 2,000. It is true that live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the sea, eat by the sea. This depends on the sports lottery center, so you have to eat the mask. This unhealthy trend must not be encouraged. Qin Han decisively opened his backpack and took out a black wizard cloak from it. He took this from a bicycle in the corridor this morning. It must be some naughty kid's cool outfit when riding a bike. Take it away, and see if you will park your car randomly in the future. Seeing that Qin Han was so well prepared, the security guard sighed in frustration. Chapter 25, The World is Beautiful. The award-winning process is not complicated. Just show your lottery ticket and ID card, and then you need to register your information, which is a necessary step. The lottery center must keep records. Since Qin Han won a considerable amount of prize money, it would be impossible to give him cash directly. The staff asked Qin Han to provide a local bank card in Shanghai, and said that if he didn't have one, they could arrange for bank staff to come and help process it. Qin Han politely declined and took out his China Merchants Bank card. The staff seemed a bit disappointed. Have banks collected deposits all along? Qin Han secretly complained in his heart, it seems that everyone is having a hard time. Since Qin and Han had cards, the staff had no idea what to do, so they registered Qin Han's bank card number and asked him whether he would accept the interview and whether he would like to donate. He also said that interviews can be done with masks on and their voices can be processed so that they cannot be heard by outsiders. Qin Han rejected all of them. He doesn't want to be famous, so why bother interviewing him? As for donations? Feel sorry. Before this, he was also a loser, so why didn't anyone donate to him? Besides, even if you donate money, it's not certain where the money will go in the end. And, we paid taxes. The tax alone was more than 150,000 yuan, and the bonus I received was only 600 yuan. Donate some hair tilder. Don't donate. Not donating a penny. All requests were rejected, and the staff member looked unhappy. They told Qin Han to wait for a while and then got up and left. Waited about half an hour. 2 more staff members came with some documents. There are 50 second prizes with a total prize money of 7,421,250 yuan. There are 50 third prizes with a total prize money of 500,000 yuan. There are 50 fourth prizes with a total prize money of 150,000 yuan. Total prize money, 7,571,300 renminbi. The unexpected income tax rate is 20%, and the tax amount payable is 1,514,260 yuan. The actual total amount of prize money won is 6,057,040 renminbi. Even though I have been mentally prepared. But when he saw the long string of numbers written on the document with the big red stamp of the sports lottery center, Qin Han's heart couldn't help but pound. More than 600 W, it will all be yours from now on. I have never seen so much money in my life. Cool, damn tilder tilder. But thinking about the 51st prizes that were lost, Qin Han felt a pang of pain again. If the number hadn't changed, that would be 500 million. Alas. It's safe to put it in the bag, it's safe to put it in the bag. It's better to quit while you're ahead than to get nothing. Swish, swish, swish. Signature. Press fingerprints. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. The prize money will be credited to your account within 2 hours. Please come over here and let's take a picture. Okay, wait a moment, please. After Qin Han put away the award receipt, he took out a black wizard cloak from his bag, which stunned the staff. Oh, that is. Mr. Qin, we have doll headgear prepared here, you can just use ours. Question mark. Qin Han felt a little embarrassed when he saw the huge sports lottery doll. That security guard is such a jerk. Qin Han and the staff stood still holding a large sign. Crack. The picture freezes. The bonus arrived much faster than expected. The staff said that the money would be credited to his account within 2 hours, but not long after Qin Han walked out of the lottery center, his phone vibrated. Buzz. Dear customer, your card with the last number 7162 received 6,057,040 yuan from China Merchants Bank at 10:10 on August 21st, and the balance is 6,107,040 yuan. China Merchants Bank. Qin Han stood there with his phone in his hand, and looked at it carefully for a long time. Counted over and over again. Hut tilder tilder tilder. After a long time, he let out a long breath. Nothing is better than putting money in pocket. It was only at this moment that he finally relaxed completely from the inside out. Look at the world through the eyes of a 6-millionaire. He suddenly found that everything was so beautiful, the sky was so blue, the trees were so green, and even the air mixed with car exhaust smelled good. I called a luxury car and after getting in, I received a message on DingTalk. Liu Li, it's past 10 o'clock, and you haven't come to work yet. Oh? Qin Han smiled and replied, miss me. Liu Li, don't be so sentimental. Not going to work is considered absenteeism. Qin Han said, then you won't even ask for leave for me. How come you don't have any foresight at all? Liu Li didn't reply. Seeing that she didn't reply, Qin Han put away his phone. He had something to do right now and couldn't bother to argue with her for the time being. Half an hour later. The BMW 530 stopped in front of a Lianjia store, and Qin Han got out of the car and strode inside. This Lianjia store is not small, it is more than 100 square meters. After Qin Han entered, he found that there were quite a few people in the store, including customers and agents, who were all busy in groups of 3 or 4. Hello, what kind of business do you want to do? A girl in her 20s wearing a white shirt, a black hip skirt and black stockings on her legs came towards me. It's a pity that the makeup is too heavy, and the point is that it doesn't make any sense. Qin Han took a look and then looked around the store, but didn't find anyone. Li Jishan is not here today. When she heard the name, the smile on Wang Lu's face froze. Handsome guy, you can come to me for any business you want to do. If you want to buy a house, I can help you get the biggest discount. If you want to rent a house, I can also help you get the best discount. I promise you won't pay a penny more. Qin Han shook his head and said calmly, "No, I'm looking for Li Zhishan, she and I are friends." Friend? Wang Lu looked at Qin Han again, seeming a little unconvinced. When she didn't find anything valuable on Qin Han except his handsomeness, she curled her lips slightly. How could Li Zhishan, a snobbish and money-hungry person, be friends with such a person? I don't believe it. Wang Lu smiled. Then go find her. I don't know where she went. After saying that, she turned and left. Hey, what an attitude. If it weren't for Li Zhishan, Qin Han would definitely have left. He looked through Li Zhishan's cell phone that night, and in addition to prying into her secrets, he also found out her current personal situation. Now it is the store sales of Lianjia, which is this store now. She has worked here for more than 2 years and earns about 10,000 yuan a month. Just when Qin Han was about to ask other workers again, a person came in from outside the door. Da tilde. Their high heels hit the ground, making a rhythmic, crisp sound. Qin Han turned his head and saw. She is tall, graceful, with foxy eyes that seem to smile but are charming and alluring. She is none other than Li Zhishan. The other person was wearing formal attire today, just like the unreasonable girl just now, also wearing a white shirt, black hip skirt, black stockings and black high heels. The same clothes, worn by different people. The effect is really different from heaven and earth. Qin Han was a little worried about whether the two buttons could withstand it. His small body had to endure such a huge pressure. Well. You have suffered so much. Chapter 26 Jianglin Qianxia, Li Zhishan is numb. Tilde. Qin Han, why are you here? Li Zhishan was a little surprised to see Qin Han here. Qin Han grinned, what can I do here? Of course, I want to look at houses. As he spoke, he looked Li Zhishan up and down, do you work here? Li Zhishan nodded and said with a smile, what a coincidence, come and sit over here. Take Qin Han to the negotiation area. Li Zhishan brought another cup of tea, put her hands behind her buttocks, and sat down gracefully. Do you want to change houses? Hearing Qin Han's admission, Li Zhishan suddenly felt a little regretful. It wasn't that she had any thoughts about Qin Han, but she simply didn't want to lose a roommate who had good living habits, a regular schedule, and no bad habits. After all, she couldn't guarantee that her next roommate would be as reliable as Qin Han. Speaking of which, her two roommates are both very rare. A girl who has a house at home but still rents one. She rarely lives in the rented house and may not come back once a month. Equivalent to none. Another one is Qin Han. He never brings anyone home, and never makes ghosts howling in the middle of the night to disturb others. He also keeps the public areas very clean. The most important thing is that he never bothers me, and the shoes and socks I put at my door have never been missing or touched. It's really hard to find a roommate like this. Li Zhishan thought for a moment and asked softly, did you change jobs recently and want to move to a house closer to the company? No. So you want to move to a cheaper house? No. The two denials made Li Zhishan a little confused. Since you haven't changed jobs and don't want to move to a cheaper house, why are you changing houses for no reason? Isn't this just because you have nothing better to do? And you? Qin Han smiled and said calmly, I want to move to a better house. A better house. That's right. Qin Han leaned back, picked up the teacup and took 2 sips. What's the best house here like? This is too arrogant. Li Zhishan frowned immediately, but still asked with a smile, what is your budget? We have houses of all prices here. Tell me a budget and I can recommend it to you. If you don't have a budget, just tell me what the best house here is like, where it is, and how much it costs. The smile on Li Zhishan's face faded a little, and she felt a little displeased with Qin Han. She didn't expect that Qin Han, who looked gentle and handsome on weekdays, turned out to be such a boastful and nonsense person. I want the best house, just tell me how much it costs. Did I say you can afford it? Wrong. You can't even afford to rent it. However, even though she thought so in her heart, Li Zhishan still opened her iPad and searched for the house with the highest rent. Tangshan Lake Court 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms duplex villa 392 square meters, monthly rent 50,000 yuan. Rent. Yeah, do you still want to buy it? Li Zhishan said with some amusement, Qin Han looked up at her and said, "Then let's take a look first." Seeing how serious he was, Li Zhishan secretly curled her lips in her heart. He was pretending quite well. Qin Han clicked on this duplex villa in Thompson Lake Court and browsed the pictures of the interior decoration. He turned it off after looking at a few pictures. The decoration style is too lame and old-fashioned. Is there anything else? Yes, click back and you'll see it all outside. The prices are ranged from low to high. By the way, do you have any requirements for the location? Let's take a look first. This sentence again, Li Zhishan was speechless again. She crossed her arms and said nothing more, quietly watching Qin Han pretending to be cool. She wanted to see how Qin Han would end up later. What kind of reason will he use to save face? Qin Han was just swiping on the tablet. Look at this, look at that. About 10 minutes later, a group of photos instantly attracted him. Large flat, large balcony, and a small garden in the sky. The overall decoration style is simple and modern, avant-garde and trendy, with bright colors and complete functions. Judging from the pictures and videos, it feels very comfortable. The most important thing is that it says that the renovation has just been completed 3 years ago. The house layout is also good, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 3 bathrooms, and a north-south layout. The house has a good location, located in the core area of Pudong. It is very close to the intersection of the Inner Ring Elevated Road and the Longdong Elevated Road, and it takes 15 minutes by car to reach Lujiazhu, making travel very convenient. Qin Han thought it would be a good idea to rent a house like this first and then buy a better one later. The most urgent task is. It is time to change your living environment as soon as possible. The current rental house is totally unworthy of his identity as a billionaire plus good man system host. Qin Han tapped the screen and said, "That's it. Tell the landlord to come over and sign the contract." Or? Li Zhishan was making rice balls and preparing to order takeout for lunch. She responded subconsciously, then quickly came to her senses and looked at Qin Han in surprise. Qin Han pushed the iPad over. Li Zhishan looked down and immediately picked it up again. Jianglin Xiangxia for bedrooms and 2 living rooms, 210 square meters, monthly rent 40,000 yuan. She carefully read it twice to make sure she was not mistaken. Li Zhishan was confused and asked, You said you wanted this. Well, that's it. Are the photos and videos you took here real? Is there any post-processing? Qin Han asked. Li Zhishan shook her head. No, the information of these high-end properties is all real and valid, and you can go to the site to view the properties. But. She hesitated for a moment, but still whispered, the rent for this house is 40,000 a month. Qin Han, are you kidding? He tilde. Qin Han smiled and crossed his legs. Do you think I have so much free time? A deposit of 3 months and 6 months rent, can you accept that? As long as the house is fine, everything will be fine. Li Zhishan looked at Qin Han's expression carefully, and she found that the other party's expression and tone did not sound like he was joking. Could it be that? Does he really want to rent this house? Li Zhishan is numb tilde. What? Is there something wrong with this house? Or are you too busy to have time? Or you can ask your colleague to help me. Seeing that Li Zhishan remained silent for a long time, Qin Han said with a smile. No. It's okay, you don't need to. Li Zhishan came back to her senses instantly and said with a smile, since you are sure you want to rent it, I will contact the landlord and arrange a time for me to take you to see the house. If there is no problem at that time, we will sign the contract on the spot. Qin Han nodded and agreed. Li Zhishan was in a trance again, and this time she picked up her phone and started dialing. 2 minutes later, she covered her phone and looked at Qin Han. The landlord is available after 4 p.m. Is that time convenient for you? Can. Li Zhishan spoke a few more words on the phone, agreed on a time and hung up. Qin Han stood up and said with a smile, let's go, it's time for dinner, let's go eat. What? Let's go eat. After that, we can look at houses in the afternoon. Oh tilde. Li Zhishan was put in a passive position by Qin Han's impolite attitude. I agreed involuntarily. Chapter 27 Rectangular Concrete Mobile Engineering Bureau. Li Zhishan couldn't help but follow Qin Han out. When she walked out of the door, she realized that she should have politely refused. It would be a bit fake to reject it now that it has come out. Standing at the door, she saw Qin Han fiddling with his cell phone and didn't know what to say for a moment. How about suggesting we just grab a bite to eat nearby? When Li Jishan was thinking secretly, she suddenly heard Qin Han say, "Let's go, get in the car." Question mark. Li Jishan looked up and saw a black Mercedes-Benz slowly stopping on the side of the road. Qin Han was walking towards the car. This car is. Li Jishan followed with doubts, and when she got closer, she saw the words, S600 hanging on the rear of the car. A Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands. Hello, please get in the car. The driver, wearing a white shirt, black vest and white gloves, opened the car door. Oh. Li Jishan's head was buzzing. She got into the car in a daze, with all kinds of thoughts running through her mind. A rich young man who understands the people's sentiments. The illegitimate son of a billionaire president returns to his ancestral home. This kind of bizarre story really happened to me. Li Jishan sat there stupidly, occasionally secretly glancing at Qin Han, feeling anxious, and no one knew what she was thinking. She didn't say anything, and Qin Han was happy to have some free time. He was currently thinking about his plans for the afternoon after dinner. He had chosen a house, but he still lacked a car. It was not pleasant to take a taxi every day. Men still have to drive. Whether you are accelerating or braking, you are in control of it yourself, which makes it more satisfying. Every man's dream is to have a car of his own. Qin Han is the same. He has always wanted to buy a car, but he didn't buy one before because he was poor. After buying a car, you need to fill up the gas tank, pay for parking, buy insurance, and do maintenance. The total cost of these expenses over the whole year is at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. With this money, wouldn't it be more cost-effective for him to help the poor more often? Now these problems are no longer problems. So, in most things, money is indeed omnipotent. The horse ran very fast and reached its destination in the blink of an eye. Get off. Qin Han gave a reminder and then got off the car first. Li Jishan came back to her senses and hurriedly followed him down. Then she saw the driver in uniform. He waved to them, said goodbye, got in the car and left. Gone? Li Jishan was stunned on the spot. What is this operation? That person is not Qin Han's driver. Then he is actually not some rich young man, nor is he the CEO's illegitimate son. Li Jishan's mind was buzzing again. She had prepared herself mentally during the journey in the car and accepted the fact that Qin Han actually had a noble background and an extraordinary identity. I also thought about how to get along with Qin Han in the future, including the tone and attitude of speaking and so on. I never thought that in the blink of an eye, all my efforts would be in vain. It turns out that I was just being too sentimental and thinking too much. Let's go. It's so hot outside and we have things to do after dinner. Qin Han urged Li Jishan when he saw her standing there in a daze. Tilde. Li Jishan responded softly, smoothed the hair by her ears, turned and walked towards the restaurant. She took 2 steps and subconsciously looked at the restaurant sign. Tai Anman. Huh? Li Jishan exclaimed, is this a Michelin 3-star hotel? Qin Han laughed secretly in his heart. From what he had spied before, Li Jishan was not only very materialistic, but also very fond of enjoying herself. This enjoyment refers to eating, drinking, playing, and dressing. She wants the best of everything. Eat the best, wear the best, use the best, etc. She once posted a circle of friends, lamenting that the food in the expensive Michelin 3-star restaurant is really delicious. Is it really worth that much money? Since he was planning to capture this vixen, Qin Han naturally had to please her. He smiled and said calmly, I didn't notice that. I just think the taste of this store is okay. Li Jishan was speechless for a moment. The pair of charming fox eyes stared at Qin Han blankly, and suddenly she felt very unfamiliar with this roommate. I haven't noticed that he has such a strong aura before. Listen to what that is called. What do you mean the taste is okay? That's a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Li Jishan whispered, there are only 2 Michelin 3-star restaurants in the entire Magic City. One is Tiananmen, and the other is Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate. There are only these 2. There are only 14 Michelin 3-star restaurants in the whole country. Qin Han turned his head to look at her, and found that her face was full of solemnity. He couldn't help but laugh and said, so what? No matter how awesome it is, it's still a restaurant. Let's go in and eat. Li Jishan. The two of them arrived at dinner time and there were quite a few people in the restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, they chose a seat in a corner and sat down, and Qin Han handed over the menu. What do you want to eat? Oh Tilda. Li Jishan opened the beautifully printed menu and started reading it. In fact, she had seen these menus in the little green book before. But now when I actually hold this heavy and textured menu and open it, the feeling is completely different. Looking at the pictures of the dishes, she felt that they were not dishes but works of art. Exquisite and beautiful. Another thing is the price, which made her secretly shocked. A plate of apples costs 200 yuan. The key point is that from the picture, there are only 2 apples on this plate, and on average, one small apple costs 100 yuan. This is not just expensive, it's outrageous. Others include white truffle pasta 488 yuan, octopus 888 yuan, Dutch dairy cow tart 228 yuan piece, and American truffle 1,500 yuan. And so on and so forth. Li Jishan became more and more frightened. She swallowed secretly and pushed the menu in front of Qin Han. You should order it. I'm not very hungry. Yeah. Qin Han looked at her with a smile. Li Jishan's eyes flickered and she pretended to look out the window casually. This. And this. Qin Han stopped wasting time and pointed at the menu and talked to the waiter next to him. In no time, he ordered the dishes. After ordering the dishes, he originally wanted to finish with a bottle of red wine. Further shocked Li Jishan. But then again, it's better to not be too aggressive the first time. It's best to proceed step by step. Besides, I went to buy a car in the afternoon, and I couldn't drive after drinking. After thinking it over again, Qin Han didn't order red wine, but instead ordered 2 bottles of grape juice. While waiting for the food to be served, Li Jishan finally couldn't help herself, looked at Qin Han and smiled. I don't know what job you do. From the Rectangular Concrete Mobile Engineering Bureau. Qin Han said casually. Oh. Li Jishan responded, her heart full of confusion. What kind of unit is this? Why have she never heard of it before? After thinking about it, she asked again, state-owned enterprise? Or is it from the government? No way. Until she found out Qin Han's background, she would feel uneasy and her heart would feel like it was being scratched by a cat. Chapter 28. Be gentle the first time. Tilda. Har. Looking at Li Jishan, who looked confused but curious, Qin Han laughed. This made Li Jishan a little confused. She thought she hadn't said anything wrong. What are you laughing at? It's not a state-owned enterprise, and it's not from the government. Li Jishan was a little surprised. Aren't state-owned enterprises or government agencies usually called XX Bureau? Then you are. I'm just a bricklayer. Moving bricks. Li Jishan was stunned, her charming fox eyes widened. She is not stupid, her IQ is quite high. When I heard Qin Han say that he was a bricklayer, I understood after a little thought. Aren't bricks just rectangular concrete blocks? Also Mobile Engineering Bureau. Puff tilde. Li Jishan couldn't help but laugh. Her lips were red, her teeth were white, her eyebrows were curved, and her charm was radiant. Plus, her swaying peak. Qin Han suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. This beauty who scored 93 points is really powerful. Li Jishan covered her mouth and laughed sweetly. You are so humorous. Well, I'm just telling the truth. Qin Han smiled and took a sip of the grape juice. Li Jishan rolled her eyes, half smiling and half smiling. Bricklayers can't afford the food here, let alone rent a large flat-floor luxury house. Har. Qin Han said cheerfully, I'm an internet worker. I've made a little fortune recently. He had a heavy accent on the word small. Li Jishan's heart was slightly moved, and she asked jokingly, isn't that the opposite? Qin Han didn't comment and waved his hand. Anyway, we don't have to worry about food and drink. Having said that, it's not appropriate to ask any more questions. Li Jishan tactfully changed the subject and said that the reason why the rent of the large flat in Jianglinxiangxia was more expensive than similar houses was because the decoration inside the house was luxurious and fine. Moreover, after the renovation was completed, the landlord did not live there for long, probably less than a year. It can be said that the house is still new. Therefore, the rent asked by the landlord will be a bit high. Come and see the house this afternoon. If you are satisfied and decide to rent it, I will help you bargain with the landlord then. Li Jishan smiled and said, I can't say for sure if it will be more, but I'm sure the rent will be 1,000 yuan cheaper. It doesn't matter whether it's cheap or not, we are not short of money now. What Qin Han cares about is the house. The house has just been renovated, why doesn't the landlord want to rent it out? Did something happen to their house? No, no. Li Jishan shook her head repeatedly and explained with a smile, the landlord has another house to live in. The other thing is, it seems that something happened in her family, so she rented out the house. Besides the landlord, has anyone else lived in that house? Qin Han asked. Li Jishan said, no, their house has been on the market for half a year, but it has not been rented out because the price is too high. Okay. Qin Han was very satisfied and snapped his fingers, let's eat. Sometimes expensive things have their reasons and benefits. Take the plate of apples that only had 2 pieces but cost 200 yuan. Qin Han tasted them and found that the taste was different from other apples. It's more delicious than one level. But that's all. After swallowing the apple in his mouth, Qin Han looked up and found Li Jishan staring at him without blinking. He smiled and said, why are you looking at me? Eat. Oh tilde. Li Jishan looked at the table full of dishes with exquisite shapes and beautiful colors, which looked like works of art, and her face was filled with joy and excitement. She held the phone in her left hand, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the back of the phone. Qin Han noticed her little action. Want to take a picture? Li Jishan was embarrassed when her secret plan was exposed. She quickly shook her head and denied it, no, no. If you want to take pictures, take them. Qin Han put down his chopsticks and said casually, we are all family, so we don't need to be so particular. Take the pictures quickly, and eat them while they are hot. They taste good. Hearing this, Li Jishan felt a warm feeling in her heart. Are you one of us? Her mood instantly became better, and she smiled brightly at Qin Han, then I'll take the photo. Clap, clap, clap. Hee tilde tilde tilde. Li Jishan immediately unlocked her mobile phone, turned on the camera, and started happily taking pictures of the delicious food on the table. Wow tilde tilde. It's worthy of being a Michelin 3-star hotel. The design and color combination are so beautiful. You don't need to adjust the angle, just take a picture and it will be beautiful. It's so beautiful tilde tilde tilde. There are a lot of dishes, and the 9-square grid is easy to put together. Check in at Tian Gate, it really lives up to its reputation tilde tilde it looks good and tastes good tilde tilde. Edit the text, make it visible to everyone, and send it. Looking at the circle of friends she just posted, Li Jishan's face was full of joy. Qin Han smiled and said, can I eat now? Okay, hee tilde thank you tilde tilde. People don't talk about this. Qin Han waved his hand, picked up a crab leg and put it into his mouth, eating it with relish, then picked up another crab leg and put it on the plate in front of Li Jishan. Eat it after you've distributed it. Thank you tilde tilde. When Li Jishan saw the food on her plate, she felt warm in her heart again. When she looked at Qin Han's face again, her eyes unconsciously became much softer. It took nearly an hour to finish the meal. Qin Han ate very quickly, but Li Jishan ate very slowly, chewing her food very carefully. Correspondingly, the posture is also very elegant. This made it difficult for Qin Han to rush, so he had to wait patiently. Scan the QR code. Bill, please. 6,818 yuan. Li Jishan took a glance and secretly clicked her tongue, her curiosity about Qin Han deepening. After leaving the restaurant, Qin Han called another luxury car, this time it was a Tesla X. Seeing that the driver was also wearing a white shirt and white gloves, Li Jishan suddenly realized that this was an online car-hailing service. It should be high-end and luxurious. But after finding out that it was an online car-hailing service, she did not look down on Qin Han. Qin Han had just demonstrated his strength. He ate the 6,800 yuan meal without blinking an eye. I have to rent a house for 40,000 in the afternoon. All these are enough to prove that Qin Han is very rich now. After getting on the bus, Li Jishan smiled and said, shall we go over there now? The appointment is not after 4 o'clock. It's still early now. Come with me to buy some things. Qin Han said. Okay tilde. Li Jishan readily agreed. When she got off the car and saw the magnificent and luxurious store, she was stunned. On the glass curtain wall, there was a rectangular logo with a dragon in the middle, which was shining brightly under the sunlight. Look up. You want to buy a car? Do you recognize this brand? Li Jishan pursed her red lips, looked up at the dragon-shaped logo, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She is a salesperson, and she sells real estate. Knowing car brands is the most basic professional ethics. BYD's high-end automobile brand represents a fearless spirit of exploration. There are two models now, one U8 is a large SUV, and one U9 is a sports car. Li Jishan's charming fox eyes looked at Qin Han steadily, her red lips slightly parted. Which one are you going to buy? Chapter 29. The boss is so awesome. Which one am I going to buy? Qin Han grinned and glanced at Li Jishan's bulging white shirt. I like big ones. Li Jishan blushed slightly, smoothed the hair beside her ears, looked at the luxuriously decorated exhibition hall inside, and said with a smile, that's U8. Let's go in and take a look first. Qin Han walked towards the 4S store first. As expected of a high-end brand, the showroom is really big, the decoration is exquisite, and there are quite a few people. In addition to the staff in uniform, there were also some customers and even anchors. Qin Han took a quick look and said to the shopping guide who came over, take a look at U8. Okay, this way please. The exhibition hall is divided into two areas. Half are U8s and the other half are U9s, both are display cars in various colors. At this moment, in front of a dragonstone green U8, a JK girl with black stockings was introducing it in a torrent of words in front of the camera of her mobile phone. Family, this is the main color of U8 and also its most classic color. The inspiration for dragonstone green comes from rare minerals in nature. It has both the warmth of natural jade and the elegance of pine and bamboo. It is the perfect combination of the beauty of nature and modern technology. Isn't it beautiful? Let me test you. Does anyone know which rare mineral in nature this dragonstone green comes from? Family members who answered correctly, I will dance with you later tilde. This JK girl's voice was a bit noisy, and Qin Han could hear what she said as soon as he walked over here. He raised his eyebrows, feeling vaguely familiar. However, the other person was broadcasting live with his back to us, so his true face could not be seen clearly. Qin Han casually asked, now Yang also allows these anchors to come in and broadcast live. He said this out of pure curiosity. Because as far as he knows, some high-end brands, in order to maintain their own style, do not allow anchors to come to the store for live broadcasts, which may be suspected of attracting traffic. Imagine if anyone could walk into a store with a mobile phone and live stream. He took pictures of the car, opened the door, went in and touched and sat on it. Doesn't this have a huge impact on those who really want to buy a car? The shopping guide next to her smiled and explained, this is a collaboration with our store. So that's how it is. Qin Han nodded. He didn't like being in the spotlight and didn't want to join in the fun, so he walked around the dragonstone green U8 and walked towards another black U8. Qin Han. Oh. I thought he was some big boss, so arrogant. TSK. I haven't seen you for such a long time, I didn't expect you still haven't made any progress. Qin Han turned around in surprise and saw the JK girl taking a picture of him with her mobile phone, with a half sarcastic and half joking expression on her face. Family, we met an acquaintance. Look, he's just a poor loser. He looked down on us just now tilde. This kind of people can come in to look at the cars, so you say Ching can't come in. Qin Han frowned. No wonder her voice sounded familiar to him just now. It turns out that he knew this girl. Zheng Qingqing, the ex-girlfriend's best friend. Although the other person looks okay, her figure is average. In his opinion, she only scores 70 points, not as good as Liu Xiaxia. The most important thing is that his character is not good. I was just asking out of pure curiosity, and I asked the shopping guide. When Zheng Qingqing heard this, it seemed like she looked down on her. Qin Han was too lazy to explain and smiled coldly, you are not much better now, you have fallen to the point of being a host. What's wrong with being an anchor? Being an anchor also makes more money than you. Zheng Qingqing glared at Qin Han angrily. After she finished speaking, her face changed and she instantly became pitiful. She said to the camera in a tender voice. Family, Qingqing was scolded tilde, what do you think we should do? Don't you feel bad? Please comfort my family tilde tilde tilde. Qin Han found it very funny to see his affected and pretentious look. It's not that disgusting. It's all about money. He also often watches live broadcasts. In order to get rewards, some anchors can say and do anything. Making money is not shameful. He simply felt that Jing Qingqing was becoming more and more open-minded and much more thick-skinned than before. Big internet celebrity, how many people have given you tips? Qin Han asked with a smile, how much is the reward? Snort. Jing Qingqing turned her face away from the camera, rolled her eyes at Qin Han, and then returned to the camera, pouting her red lips and frowning. Chu said pitifully and delicately, did everyone in the family hear that? This poor loser looks down on us. I tell you, this guy is awesome. He used to refuse to even buy his girlfriend a bag, was stingy when going out to eat, and only took the subway when going out to play, not even willing to take a taxi. This kind of lowly man actually dares to look down on us. Can you tolerate it, my family members? Qingqing was so angry that she started crying tilde 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 tilde. Nima. Qin Han was furious. He felt that Li Jishan and the shopping guide were looking at him. I don't know what I'm thinking of myself. Jing Qingqing was still talking to the camera, of course it's not me. I just don't like this kind of low-class man. Yes, I just like my family. Okay, she's my sister. But my sister has opened her eyes now and has seen through the true face of this guy. She dumped him a long time ago. Wow. Thank you, Brother Dazhuang, the boss's shot was really powerful. It was amazing. Jing Qingqing made a heart shape with her hands to the camera, blew a kiss to the camera, and smiled sweetly. Brother Dazhuang, please send me a private message and I'll add you on WeChat. Family, you can add Qingqing to your WeChat account by sending her a supreme salute. Isn't that a good deal? Jing Qingqing threw a coquettish glance at the camera and said in a tender voice, Qingqing likes cannons the most tilde tilde tilde. After that, she turned away from the camera and said to Qin Han with a proud look on her face, did you see that? My eldest brother fired a supreme salute for me. 666 yuan. You can't earn that much money even if you work hard all day, right? Har ha har har tilde tilde. Qin Han grinned and said to Jing Qingqing calmly, wait a moment. Then, he turned his head to look to one side, and then to the other side again, as if he was looking for something. Jing Qingqing curled her lips, you are just pretending, and you are asking me to wait. What should I wait for? Why should I wait just because you ask me to wait? Hey Qin Han, where are you going? Why are you running away so soon? Har ha har ha family members, look, that lower class man ran away in shame. Li Jishan and the shopping guide were just watching quietly by the side, and Li Jishan had no idea what was going on. The shopping guide heard that Qin Han and Jing Qingqing knew each other and seemed to have been friends before, so it would be difficult for her to intervene. We can only wait and see. Li Jishan and the shopping guide were both a little surprised to see Qin Han looking around and then suddenly leaving. Sir, you're not going to look at the car. What is he looking at? He has no money to buy anything. He is just here to enjoy the sight. The salesgirl was a little disappointed, and Li Jishan was also ready to leave with Qin Han. She was also a little disappointed. Did I make a wrong judgment? Expectations too high? But the next moment, both of them were stunned. This is a transitional chapter, which is needed to introduce the key characters and plot later. Chapter 30, The Contrasting Best Dish. Tilde. Babies, I think this color is pretty nice, what do you think? Wow, this tire is so big. Look, it's taller than my knees. It's so huge. This car is so big. I'm 5 feet 4 inches tall and I look like a baby standing next to it. Har 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 tilde. A long-haired girl wearing a white sports vest, purple shorts and a baseball cap was also holding a mobile phone and live streaming to a silver U8 next to her. When I came in just now, Qin Han noticed her when she was live streaming next to a black U8. When she saw Qin Han walking towards the black U8, she automatically moved away and gave up her car. In addition, her voice was very low when she was live streaming. It is completely different from the noisy Jing Qingqing, the two form a sharp contrast. This couldn't help but make Qin Han feel a little favorable towards her. Qin Han walked towards the silver U8 and said, hello. Seeing someone coming over, the girl who was live streaming suddenly became a little flustered. She turned around quickly and said, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Sorry, I'll go over there. Having said that, she was about to leave. Qin Han was shouting in his heart, WTF? Heavenly dish. A perfect heavenly dish. 95 points tilde. It was too far away just now, and he didn't look closely, so now he walked up to the front and took a closer look. Her eyebrows are like distant mountains, and her eyes are like clear autumn water. There was a gentle smile on his lips, as if it could instantly melt the ice and snow in people's hearts. Those lively big eyes seemed to be able to speak. At this moment, she seemed a little panicked and just looked away. 2 red clouds were looming on her snow-white cheeks, adding a bit of shyness and cuteness to her. That's not the point. The most important point is that she has a great figure, perfect. A simple white sports vest and a pair of purple shorts make her figure look graceful and exquisite. The perfection of her curves was enough to rank her among the top 3 women Qin Han had ever seen. Li Zhishan is slightly inferior. The headlights of the D-class luxury executive car are so bright. Qin Han was a little dizzy. He quickly looked her up and down and saw that this girl seemed to be into fitness. She was wearing a pair of white Nike shoes and white stockings. Her long, straight, slender white legs were exposed, glowing white and flawless. Pity. It's a little bit short, it would be better if it could be taller. This girl is about 165 centimeters tall with shoes on, and even lower if she is taller. In terms of height, Li Zhishan beats her again. This is also the reason why Qin Han gave her 90 points. But as an experienced driver, this kind of petite but hot girl actually gives a better overall experience. If nothing else, just holding it in your arms and looking at its delicate little bird-like appearance can give you a great sense of accomplishment. I seem to have good luck today tilde. Qin Han took 2 quick steps and followed. It's okay, you misunderstood, I have something else to talk to you about. The girl turned around and looked at Qin Han in surprise, very confused. Qin Han smiled brightly and pointed at the phone in her hand. Are you live streaming? Yes. The girl nodded. Qin Han asked again, can you tell me the name of the live broadcast room? Oh. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and readily turned the screen over for Qin Han to see. I don't have many fans, can you please follow me? Thank you tilde. Qin Han took a look and saw that the current popularity of Love to Eat is 316. It's really small, but shouldn't it be? Such a superb dish. She is a beauty with a sweet and cute face and a hot and sexy body. No matter where you are, there will definitely be fans. Qin Han opened Douyin and searched for, and went to their homepage, only to find that there were only more than 8,000 fans. For most people, this number is not small. But for this girl, it's really pitifully little. Qin Han did not enter her live broadcast room, but instead scrolled through her works. There were quite a few of them, probably about 40 or 50. These works are all photos of cars, with comments and analysis. Are you a car blogger? Qin Han was a little surprised. He tilde yes, I have been interested in cars since I was a child. I majored in journalism, so I chose to be a car blogger. All right. Qin Han looked at the very sexy curves again and said with a smile, I thought you were doing bodybuilding. No, I've never worked out. Sharp. Qin Han was convinced and took another look. Noticing that he kept looking at her, the girl blushed and took 2 steps back. What did you want from me? Before she finished her words, Zheng Qingqing came over. She had finally hit Qin Han hard, so she naturally wouldn't let him go easily. Qin Han, I thought you were going to run away in disgrace. Why are you hiding here? Are you too embarrassed to face me? Zheng Qingqing was arrogant and sneered, people should know themselves. Family members, don't you agree? What is this place? This place is a 4S store, can you afford a car worth millions? I really admire you, you are embarrassing yourself by coming here. Qin Han, if you want me to say you. Shut up. Zheng Qingqing was interrupted before she could finish her words. Qin Han asked calmly, how much reward did you receive just now? A supreme salute and 2 private jets. Do you know how much it costs? Zheng Qingqing smiled proudly. Oh. Qin Han sneered and lowered his head to tap the phone screen. Seeing that he was silent, Zheng Qingqing thought he was speechless or had nothing to say due to his inferiority complex. She felt so happy and relieved in her heart. Qin Han, weren't you very talkative before? You said, R. Carnival? Oh my god tilde tilde. Zheng Qingqing was startled and subconsciously looked at her screen. There was no carnival at all. Is that you, Emperor Qin and Emperor Han? I heard her call you Qin and Han. The girl looked excited. She took 2 steps closer and looked at Qin Han and asked. Qin Han nodded and tapped his hands twice. Wow. Besides. Oh my god, 3 carnivals. The girl was shaking with excitement, swaying, thank you. Thank you, why is there more? Zheng Qingqing instantly lost her composure and rushed to the girl's side and took a look. The screen was filled with confetti flying up and down, gift boxes jumping around, and the 3 big words, carnival, filled the entire screen. As soon as one disappears, another one pops up. When this one disappears, another one pops up. Stop brushing. Stop brushing. The girl was incoherent and stamped her feet anxiously. Qin Han, please stop brushing. Really, please stop brushing. Everyone is begging Big Brother, licking Big Brother and giving him gifts. Qin Han said with some amusement, how come you think I've brushed too much and don't allow me to brush anymore? Zheng Qingqing was completely stunned, but then she suddenly realized. Oh tilde I understand. Qin Han, you are acting. You are really good at pretending.